Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to open this council meeting. We have people that signed up to speak.
Mayor, there's a pledge. First up, we have Stephanie Arredondo. Stephanie? Come on up.
I would remind everyone, speakers have 5 minutes to speak. After that's done and the council takes up action, we've had some serious breaches of decorum and some complaints about people trying to speak up on items during the council meeting. This is your only opportunity to speak, so please remain silent after the council meeting itself starts. Thank you. Want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Stephanie Arredondo. Thank you, council board members, for your service to the city here. I wanted to speak in regards to the ISD police department that has had some chatter of the ISD creating their own police department within the school district. So just wanted to speak to that. I actually live in Joshua ISD, and we have a lot of very negative experience with our ISD police department. And I just wanted to ensure that the city stays on top of this before the school board votes that in or votes for that. And there are a multitude of reasons for that, but I want to ensure that, again, it's not in place right now, but the city must stay ahead of that and not allow it to happen. So for example, the ISD police department would report directly to the superintendent, and that is who has jurisdiction over that police department. So anything that police force does is at the lead of that superintendent, and that is not okay, because that superintendent can tell them to do something that they may not necessarily agree with, and it can be followed through and they have to actually do it because that is technically their manager. In our own ISD, we've had an astonishing turnover rate. And through that turnover rate, we've been reaching out to some of those prior officers that were a part of that ISD, and those officers have told us that they weren't officers. They were basically at the hand of the superintendent who made decisions for them, and they weren't really doing officer job duties or protecting and serving. They were following orders from that superintendent. There's no substitutes when someone quits on the spot, so again, through that turnover, the district has been left with trying to find replacements very quickly. It leaves our schools unaccounted for with serving protecting our children, and that's not something that you want. If someone calls in sick or there's an officer that is not able to attend their duty for that day, again, you have the district scrounging for someone to protect that school. The school districts and the police force are regulated by state laws that restricts what they can do and what they cannot do. So anything that is considered a Class A assault or lower does not need to be reported or filed with the police department. So that means if I'm on the street and I actually hit someone, I'm going to go to jail, or I can absolutely be filed charges against. But if our students are that's done in the student school, the police officers have no jurisdiction, and it actually has to be handled by the school district. So that's another issue. They have to do grant writing for items needed outside of the district budget. So the district controls the entire budget for that police force. Again, something that you do not want. The district sets that budget and then has to follow it. The school ISD police department is basically there just to collect a paycheck. We actually had officers that we found out in our district that said it was an easy retirement. That's actually what one of the officers said, and this isn't the kind of police force that we want in our schools protecting our children every single day. And then my own personal experience, our son was assaulted 6 times on campus, on school property, and bullied incessantly for 3 months. I literally begged someone with the ISD police department to reach out to me just to report this, and they would not respond, and it actually took me getting in contact with the Johnson County Sheriff's Office just to have someone reach out to me and address these issues. This is not acceptable. So not only are we paying the school district and their police force, but I'm still tapping into the Johnson County Sheriff's Department to have them rectify issues that should be addressed by the school board itself and the district and the police department that's housed within. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I made this comment at the last meeting when this issue came up. The city has no control over what the school district does as far as forming their own police department. I had 20-something years of experience. I knew a lot of successful SRO programs, and I'm sure there are some that are not well-run and not well, but the city just, there's a line we can't cross it. That's up to the school board. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm just telling you, there's not a lot we can do about it. Who's next? Okay.
Terry.
Yes. Terry Trump.
Sure. I'll take you. You're
So I know you just said that about the ISD police force, but I'm also going to talk about that just so you have some more information about it. My name is Terry Chumchall. I'm a taxpayer and mother of two. I'm here to talk about Godley ISD, Sergeant Thorne Police Department. I would strongly advise everybody to push the school board to say, don't do it. It's a bad idea, I'm telling you. I currently have two children that attend Joshua ISD, who currently has their own police force. My family has had the worst possible experience with this police force. I have had multiple officers raise their voices at me, gaslight me, laugh at me, talk down to me for trying to get their help over issues involving my son. And I have these calls recorded if you would like to hear them. The chief of Joshua ISD PD refused to write a report over a Class C assault of my son. Let me repeat, a police officer refused to write a police report over the Class C assault of my son. Imagine if this was your children or your grandchildren. I also have this call recorded if you would like to hear it. Can you please see the serious ramifications of this? Can you think about, as a nurse we have a saying, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. I would believe it probably applies to the police department too. If you're not writing a police report, did that assault really happen? I don't know. Let's see, also, Stephanie already mentioned, but that the ISD actually answers to the superintendent. Again, a police officer answers to a superintendent who is not a law enforcement officer. If you had a heart attack and you were at the hospital, would you want your cardiologist getting your plan of care and guidance for your plan of care from the chief financial officer? No, that's absolutely insane. You want a medical doctor. Why would you want a superintendent running the whole entire police force? Who benefits from that? Think about that. There's only one person who benefits from that. So I would just say these are your children. They're our most precious gift on this earth. Just, again, we're here to give you firsthand 100% honest feedback of what it's like having your own ISD department. Again, I just don't want what has happened to my family, to Stephanie's family, many other families in Joshua. I don't want that to happen to any of you or any of your children or any of your grandchildren. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Clayton Smith.
My name's Clayton Smith. I know most of you. Been here about 40-something years. Served up here on this council for 15 or 16 years with a good many of you. I'm going to speak to the elephant in the living room here. The tension in this council meeting is you could cut it with a knife, and I don't get it. I don't get why we can't. Seems like to me that there's multiple agendas here, and I don't know whose agenda is what, but it's just, it won't work this way. And you've got people quitting, you've got people walking away good people. And I just don't get it. I mean, maybe, because I haven't been here in a while, so I haven't followed everything that's been going on. But maybe I'll get a glimpse tonight. Jennifer, I'll speak to you. It looks like you wrote the whole agenda. And I don't get that. That never happened when I was up here. I don't understand it. I don't know why things are falling like they are, but I'm telling you, I will pay attention. I will find out and be watching. So I just speak to Stephanie's resignation on this agenda. And I've personally asked her to reconsider. Assured me she won't, but you know, that's her decision. I just don't get it. I don't get why we can't all of you be cohesive in this thing and get things done. I mean, it feels like to us, or to me, I'll just speak for me, but it feels like to me that everybody has their own little backstabbing, backdoor investigations and all this stuff, and it just, it's making me ill as a citizen of this town. I don't know where we go from here, but I assure you, it's not gonna be good. There was a couple of items I'd like to speak to just specifically. I don't know why we need a third party investigating or looking at auditing maybe our finances. Don't we still have an audit on both accounts? Is there still just 2 accounts? Isn't that audited every year?
Yes.
And I don't know, I haven't seen one in a while, but they were very thorough. And maybe tonight I'll get to hear why you feel we need to audit that by a third party. It don't feel good. And I hope you guys do those kinds of things out here and not in executive session where we can all hear, because I'm interested. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Clayton.
Scott Yarborough.
All right, Scott Godley, Happy New Year to one and all, and happy new city council to we the people. Good times ahead. Mary Ann, I understand that at the end of your current term, you are retiring, and if that's true, God bless you, and thank you for your service. Mr. Mayor and Mrs. Whitehead, what's next for you now that Mr. Wallace has stepped down from the challenge of oversight? What forward-thinking solutions will you bring forward to move the city forward in this new paradigm of leadership? Because the last few meetings have been disappointing in that regard, in my view. Mrs. Whitehead, 3 to 5 minute death stares of Ms. Thompson as she's speaking to city employees about their lax management is not a forward-thinking solution, in my view. That's a backward-thinking Wallace-Callaway solution. And Mr. Mayor, you did a little bit better. At least you said words and you did deeds, but accusations of ageism against Ms. Thompson and the instantiation of, oh, you don't recall that? That's on the tape. And instantiations of inquiries to determine whether Mr. Poppenfuss has sexually harassed a number of other heterosexual males in a city-sponsored event with gag gift candy from a city-sponsored vendor in my view, is also not forward-thinking. That's very much backward, Wallace-Callaway thinking. Oh, how dare you, Mr. Yarborough? Well, I do dare, Mr. Mayor, because I've seen that type of political dirty tricks before. You remember, you thanked me for bringing that incident to your attention. And you agreed with me that the tactics used to protect Mr. Wallace in that incident were unethical. And so I don't understand how it is now that just 6.5 years later, here you are using and deploying the same political dirty trick tactics against your political opponents. What changed between then and now? What changed? Let me just say this. You also say that you just want to let me know that I plan on being a council member that has an open ear for concerns, questions, and suggestions for improvements for Godley and its citizens. All right, let's test that theory. I would like you to announce your public support for agenda item Q, and that is for the appointment of Jason Jordan to interim chief. This man did not deserve what happened to him, Mr. Mayor. There's not a racist bone in that man's body. The only reason that he's where he is, it's the same reason that Healy is where he was and forced to retire. It's because he contradicted David Wallace too many times on policy and management. And you don't do that in Wallace-town, Mr. Mayor, as you well know. You either bow to the throne or you're kicked out of the kingdom. And that's what happened to Chief Jordan. So you can fix that injustice tonight. And I urge you to urge your colleagues to do the same. Secondly, announce an end. Mr. Smith is correct. Announce an end to this kindergarten, childish investigations of city council members and citizens and whomever else is a political opponent of David Wallace. He's gone. He's done. There's no one left for you to protect. So what do you hope to gain from these continued investigations? What if you step up and out of this swamp and become the new leader of the city? You agree with Mr. Smith that it's time for everything to finish. Let's get over this nastiness and let's get on with the city business. Thirdly, has to do with Mr. Callaway, but I think I'll save that for a later meeting. Thanks.
Georgia Head.
Hey, good evening. Thank you all for your service to the city. I am also here. I'm a resident of Joshua Independent School District. I grew up in Joshua, been there my whole life. I'm also an educator, 27 years, high school teacher. And the thing that concerns me, and I'm going to speak to the school district talking about hiring their own police department or having their own ISD police department or school resource officers. I would also highly suggest that y'all take a step back and really look at this. As an educator, I've been educated to be an educator and not someone that is over a police department. And the Texas law reads that if an ISD has their own police department, the person in charge of that police department, whether it's 1 officer or 10, is a superintendent. A superintendent is an educator, okay? That person is not schooled in the laws of Texas or to be a law enforcement officer. And I know earlier y'all said that y'all don't have anything to do with the school board, but each and every one of you are private citizens here in this town and can talk to your school board members. They have an obligation to listen to each of you as a private citizen, not as a city council. This could be something y'all could team up and get something that works very well together. I will say that there is quite a force forming in the state of Texas to have these ISD police departments completely dismantled. We are finding that there is absolutely no oversight of these departments. And in my hand, I have a letter from TCOL, which is the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement. There were about 11 or 12 complaints filed against the Joshua ISD Police Department, and even TCOL doesn't want to have any jurisdiction over it.
Okay, they say take it back to the Internal Affairs Department. Well, that's the school superintendent. So if you have a complaint about anything going on in that police department, it is up to the superintendent to solve. The Johnson County Sheriff's Department will not take it on. Bartlesville Police Department, Cleveland Police Department, who I know if Godley's like Joshua's school district lies in different cities. Those police departments won't touch it. They'll say, they will all tell you, all the way up the chain, all the way to T-Cole, will say they have no jurisdiction. So no one wants to take oversight or control of these police departments, which is a big problem. Okay, so if you want your superintendent to have complete control over it, no matter what the complaints are, then that may be something for you. If you don't, then you need to think very, very seriously about this. And just keep in mind that there are people approaching legislators, Texas state legislators right now to have these things disbanded. So it's something that y'all really need to, and I remember you saying just a few minutes earlier that y'all as a body don't have any control over that, but each of you are a private citizen and you do have some say and control over it. So I hope you take that information to heart.
Thank you.
Kayla Lane. Kayla?
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to say, last week's meeting, I was very disappointed that several council members did not show up, and so there was no quorum. There was a lot of people who took off work and took time out of their day to show up to this council meeting that ended up not happening, and we all sat here for 30 minutes twiddling our thumbs and wondering what was going on. I also wanted to speak on the fact that on that agenda was an agenda item for hiring an SRO officer, and I did not see that on tonight's agenda, so I was a little bit disappointed that I did not see that on tonight's agenda. But I just wanted to speak again. You've heard the moms from Joshua and their experience with the ISD police. Currently, Godley PD has an MOU with Godley ISD to provide a resource officer, and the SRO officer that you'll have provided has left and is at another school district. So I just would encourage you guys to fulfill that MOU and to hire another SRO to protect our schools. And like they said about the ISD police, that is not the route that we want to go. We want to have a police department running our police force at our school districts. So that was all I had, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Greg Cooper. Greg Cooper.
Just so y'all know, your live stream's not working. A lot of people have been saying it's not. I don't know if it's on or not. Wait on that? Okay.
It's on.
Is it on?
It's being recorded, but I don't, it's gonna get it because of the login issues.
For what?
Login issues, it's Jessica.
Okay, but
It's recorded, it is recorded, yes, sir.
Sure.
There's a red button by the mayor, it is recorded. It is.
She's on record for that.
Okay. All right. Just want to make just want everyone to know. So, good evening. Thank you guys for your service. My name is Greg Cooper. Obviously, the city of Godley is going through some growing pains and has a little soul searching to do. I applaud the city council, the intestinal fortitude needed for some of you to do what you're doing in these open meetings. How you're doing it is not the norm. Most elected officials are too weak-kneed and lack the ability to do the hard right and find ways to hide behind legal shields, policies, and loopholes that laws afford, but that are not within the spirit of those laws. I applaud you enthusiastically for conducting the public's business as it should be, transparently and open. Thank you. No matter what happens, I'm proud of you, and there are a lot of other elected bodies that should look at what and how you are cleaning up your house, because that's what you're doing. They should take note and they should follow suit. Most won't, they're too weak to do so. You have shown that does not apply to you. Again, thank you. Now, considering you're looking at bringing in new people and new positions, with the sheer number of personnel changes that are being proposed moving forward, I hope you will consider looking at and implementing some of the following. First, do all city team members know how the city council and the city of Godley's successes are measured and defined? What are their goals? Refine these goals if they exist. Define them if they do not. This needs proactive council input. You're showing proactiveness today as well as over the last few months. Thank you. Has the city team been achieving these objectives and goals? If not, clearly define roles. Goals need to be defined and results need to be quantifiable and obtainable. Tools need to be made available. If they're not, so the team can realistically accomplish the stated goals. Set them up for success. Are the team objectives mapped to coincide with your strategic priorities as the council? Not the city administrators, not the city attorney's goals. Your goals. They work at your will for you and manage and implement the strategic vision you have for the city based on input from your constituents. Department heads, are their roles clear and defined and able to be delegated as necessary? The roles should be narrowly focused on their expertise. Place their valuable hands where they are most beneficial to the city. There also needs to be cross-pollination. Godley is a small entity, and some cross-pollination needs to occur to maintain continuity and efficient functioning of the city within its core mission. When someone decides to resign, there are ways to seamlessly transition with minimal to no disruption to the city's ability to function. Continuity is very, very important. Please prepare for these occurrences if they happen again in the future. Are all team members clear on how success and failures are measured? Are the successes reinforced and built on? But more importantly, are the failures used as learning experiences with clear after-action reviews? Are systems in place for positive responses to changes, if needed, when failures are identified? Hopefully so. If not, hopefully they will be. Does each team member feel valued? Is trust and openness and communication encouraged? Is attention given to leveraging all perspectives and insights? Is conflict between team members confronted openly and constructively? Do people do what they say they are going to do, and are they held accountable for this? Lastly, as you consider these new positions, remember, an administrator's success is defined by the success of the entire team. Egos must be put aside. It is okay to ask the tough questions, especially to the subjects detailed above. Showing vulnerability and asking for help is a mature managerial trait, one that should be sought out and experienced in tackling similar challenges before will only help you set Godley up for future success. Good luck, and again, thank you for your recent openness and attention to these serious matters.
Thank you.
Terry Goodley.
Hi. I think I know most of y'all, and a lot of y'all here, and I appreciate all of the work that y'all have done and continue to do. Thank you for your service. I just wanted to speak out about I've just got involved recently with the city council meetings and have really been upset. And I've been a citizen here for 38 years. I've lived in the city 22 years. And we are Godley, Texas. We have our own way to do things. People have moved here because we are Godley, Texas. We're not Joshua. We don't profess to be Joshua. We are Godley. And we are godly people. And I know the Lord shines down on us for all the things that we do right. Now, have we done everything right? No. Have we made some errors? Yes. But we can move forward. I'm really upset about some of the council members that you're held to a higher standard, all of you. I think you know that. Your families are held to a higher standard. And the lack of professionalism and kindness, the social media antics that go on, and I'm speaking to some of you out here too, is ridiculous. I want to see Godley on the map for all the great things we do, and we do them great. I want to see our city expand and get bigger and better. We're small, yeah, we've been a small town and we're growing. With that comes growing pains, I understand that, but the lack of teamwork, and the lack of kindness between council members is appalling to me, and it really bothers me that that goes on. You're not gonna get anything done without being teamwork and working together. So I'm gonna pray and continue, I pray every day. I'll continue to pray for all of you, and that we can move forward in a professional, ethical, business-like manner. And I know Godley is great. I love it here. I tell anybody that wants to come to Godley, Texas, come on, it's a great place. And we all, the people that live here, the people that have spoken out, that have been Clayton here for years, we love our town. And we want to see it be successful, and I know y'all want to see it be successful. So let's move forward. Let's get on with the big city business, and let's make our little town great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there anybody that thought that they signed up for public comment and did not get called? Yes, ma'am.
Marcy Galley.
Come on up. Marcy, on here, there was just a line through. I didn't know if that meant you were not wanting to.
Oh, just the public, I did that because I'm just speaking at the public comment portion.
Okay.
I just want to let everybody know, if per House Bill 2840, if you sign up to speak on more than one agenda item, you're supposed to get 5 minutes for every agenda item you wish to speak on, correct?
Yes. So if
Yes.
you want to talk about all the 72 items, go for it. It's the truth. She's speaking the truth.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Galley. I'd like to first thank the council members that are actively working to make positive changes in this city. It's badly needed. Rich Deere, the superintendent of Godley ISD, does not need to be over his own police department. I have helped people with grievances at the Godley ISD, and they've got problems too. If they want to emulate Godley ISD so bad, if they want to emulate Austin ISD, that's what they're doing with a lot of their programs. So the comment about not wanting to be Joshua, well, no, Godley's obviously not Joshua, but their leadership is seeking guidance from Austin ISD. Just FYI. So the police chief, Jordan, the whole situation surrounding his departure from this city is very troubling, because the public was left out of most of it. The public has a right to know everything that happened surrounding his departure. The public has a right to know about the blue folder and all of the contents, because from my understanding and comments that have been made in past city council meetings, that blue folder would probably rise to the level of a whistleblower folder. And there are protections for that. The city council is a governing body. Y'all run as a chapter 22 city council, not a chapter 25, not a city-manager form of council, okay? Y'all have the final word on hiring and firing. It's in your city government code. I've looked it up. City ordinances, aldermanic form of government. So please do not allow anybody to tell you that you don't have that authority tonight. There are some really bold items on this agenda. And thank you for taking that step. I don't care how many times your name is at the end of an agenda item. That's what shows that you care. I had a lot of agenda items with my name after them, and I was completely helping to shift the paradigm of my city. So kudos to all of you. Keep doing what you're doing, and it's hard. I know it's hard, but there are so many folks in this city and beyond that support everything y'all are doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there a notice person? Wayne Ian Davis. Oh, okay. Because you got a line, I just want to make sure. Okay. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I thought I was signing up to speak.
Do what?
I was signing up to speak.
Oh, you did? Okay, come on up. What's your name? I didn't hear. Oh, gotcha.
My name is Vandy Cadena. I live in the school, I've lived in this school district for 16 years. I have 3 children who attended school district, 2 of which have graduated, 1 who's still here. I have had a pleasant experience with the Godley Police Department. I've always felt protective. I've always felt that I was being treated fairly in every time that I've come in contact with them. When I moved into town 3 years ago, I moved down the street from our police chief, our former police chief. An incident occurred probably 2 months after I moved there where I was falsely arrested by an officer who's no longer with the department. The other officers in the department worked hard to help me get me cleared and everything was fine. However, my younger daughter is the same age and in the same grade as the police chief's daughter. They rode the bus together, they were friends. After that incident occurred, they were no longer friends. She was told that she could not have anything to do with my daughter because of my being arrested, even though it was false. Fast forward a little bit further, August of this past school year, when we first came back, my daughter came back into the school district. She rides the bus, again, because we live down the street. There was an incident that occurred between my daughter and his daughter on the bus. Words were exchanged, it was back and forth. Although both girls were in the wrong for whatever they said to each other, I believe that was a parent-to-parent situation. If he had an issue with what my daughter said, I should have been contacted as a parent. Instead, what happened is a police officer was sent to my house to question my minor daughter by herself. And I had no idea why, until I contacted the police department and had to ask multiple questions of why. At which time then he did call me and speak to me over the phone to explain that he felt my daughter was more comfortable with his female police officer. To my understanding, he has a wife who could have talked to my daughter. So I don't know the whole circumstance surrounding why he was let go or anything like that. It's none of my concern. But I know that I do feel that if he is reinstated, I don't feel, or my children who are now adults, safe living down the street. Or that we won't be targeted, because there's multiple people in this town who have been targeted. It's all over social media and it's been in these meetings. So I don't feel that if that was to be reinstated that I would feel safe, or that my now adult children who have gone to school with some of, we know personally. I don't understand why he uses that position for a personal agenda. I believe it was handled incorrectly. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak in public comment? Anybody else? Mary, there's one of the agenda items is one that involves the attorney. He's traveled from out of town. He signed up for public comment too. Would you like him to speak now or when that agenda item is called?
Well, let's do the approval of the previous minutes, and then we're going to do away with the department reports,
Okay.
and then we'll bring him up.
In regard to the minutes, you guys have the December 6th, is this right? The 6th?
No, we didn't get a packet at all, so.
No, I'm talking about the emails we sent last Wednesday that have all the packet materials that all of you received.
Right.
Michael, is it the 6th or the 12th that you guys got?
We
We did not have the, well,
Okay, so it's the 6th. So from the consent agenda, you'll need to pull the 12th because we don't have those. Jessica didn't get those done before she left.
Okay, so
Both are listed, but we're just going to take one.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the council meetings from December 6, 2022. right?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Motion carries. All right. And due to that attorney's long distance, we're going to skip to item P, Paul. P like in Paul. That's discussion and possible action to remove Sergeant Matthew Cantrell as chief interim.
I think you got something. You guys make the motion. Okay. They're electing to go into executive session.
Okay?
Motion, right?
Need a motion to go into executive session.
I motion we go into executive session concerning line item P, discussion and possible action to remove Sergeant Cantrell as chief interim.
A second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And counsel, would you like for Mr. Moore to go in with you? You get to choose to happen now or in a minute, or what do you want to do? Go, okay.
Let's go.
No, I removed myself from the executive session.
I don't know why this wouldn't be
Probably a line.
All I have to say is if I start rolling down that hill, you better catch me.
Yeah, don't back up to the slant.
She didn't want to wait. She wanted to go. So this is her back. Yeah, she said, I'm ready at the end. She was all day.
Yeah, he wants to hear the vote. He wants to see what the vote does.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's not gonna pass.
Cold.
Yeah, I've got a jacket, I'm thinking about putting it on.
I should have took it to the executive session with me. That's why I got cold.
Yeah, I think it was colder in there.
Yeah, let's do it. You guys.
69. Stephanie is the one that upped it because it was kind of muggy at the beginning. But I don't know how to work it either.
He was on 67.
He may still be in line.
Do what?
He may still be in line out there.
I do not know.
He'll be back.
Thank you. Why didn't he bring me one?
All right, back in session. Talking about item P, Paul, discussion and possible action to remove Sergeant Matthew Cantrell as chief interim.
I'd like to motion that we table this item.
I'll second that motion.
Why are we tabling it?
To discuss it at a further time.
So it stays as like it is now. Officer Cantrell is this temporary chief.
Correct.
All right.
I think we need to take action on it, but all those in favor of removing Sergeant Matthew Cantrell?
That's not the motion.
Oh, okay. All those in favor of tabling this item to a future meeting?
Are you asking us who's all in favor?
Who's in favor? You're in favor of tabling it?
Yeah, I'll table it for next meeting.
Okay, those opposed?
Still gonna do it, I said no.
I think we should take a vote on it now, but
Well, the motion was made to table it,
it's not gonna change.
and it's been tabled. So does that make Q moot, or do we,
The council decides on the agenda.
okay. Discussion and possible action to approve Jason Jordan as chief interim until we are able to fill that position with a permanent chief.
I motion that we table discussion and possible action to approve Jason Jordan as chief interim until we are able to fill the position with the permanent chief until the next meeting.
Wait, why are we skipping A through O?
Well, we're just, because we went into session, because the lawyer was here, so we're doing those two in consensus, we could.
Those are the only two.
Then we'll move back to A.
So since they're your agenda items, are you okay with that?
Do what now?
Since they're your agenda items, are you okay with
Yeah,
those?
that's fine. Let's just get it done.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
We could still have a discussion in executive session.
It's table.
So all five tabled it as they were in favor.
Yep. All right, now we're going to go back to item A, if I can find it. All right. Discussion and possible action to approve a zoning change as requested by Christina K. Chambliss regarding her property located at 209 North Highway 171 to change the zoning of the property from residential single-family, R1, to commercial retail, CR.
I think she's blonde.
I make the motion, we do that.
I second it.
Huh?
Wait, are we not
We
going to
need
discuss
discussion.
All in
it?
favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, we discussed it last time with them being here, so that's why I was ready to do it.
Well, we
were
didn't,
just checking, Councilman, to see if the person's here and they wanted to present.
Oh, never mind.
That was a public hearing. We didn't actually discuss it.
We wish you were blonde, like.
That's- I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself, I rescind my whatever.
If the council has any questions of her, she's here. We just wanted her to have the opportunity if you guys did that.
Would you like to see a informal map?
Yes, please.
have you gotten approval from TxDOT for an entrance? You
Our
have?
variance was approved
Thank you.
2 weeks ago, approximately,
Where's your bathrooms at? That's my only really concern.
on the back side of this building, where this deck is.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. Oh, I got two.
What was your question?
Where's the restrooms at?
Oh,
Thank you.
Here, I got two also.
Need people seeing them once.
So the trucks will be in the back of the property?
Yes.
Okay.
have you sent this to our city engineer?
We had a meeting in, I don't know, several months ago when we were talking through this. I have met with an engineer and he's working on four plans right now.
Okay.
So he may have submitted those to our city engineer already.
We met and he had the preliminary plan that we wrote out months ago.
If there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion to approve a zoning change as requested by Christina K. Chambliss regarding her property located at 209 North Highway 171 from residential single-family R1 to commercial retail CR as presented over.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Opposed? Passed.
Thank you, guys.
Discussion and possible action on having the county administrate the city election.
Wait,
We have
skip
another
B.
zoning change.
2B.
Oh,
That was A.
I better change my check mark to that top one then. Hey, I'm old, I get confused. All right, discussion and possible action to approve a zoning change as requested by Barbara Gay Giles Barisi regarding her property located at 213 North Highway 171, changing the zoning of the property from residential single-family R1 to commercial retail, CR.
I'm Barbara's husband.
Oh.
We're just the seller. Mr. Horton is going to be the buyer. He'll have all the information that you might need.
Yes, sir. I furnished you all the information on it
Last time.
for the last meeting. Is that the
Right.
meeting we said?
Yeah.
As well. And it's just 2 units. I gave you a rough sketch. I haven't really gone farther with it because I don't own it. But we're gonna post it this week
Right.
if the zoning passes. So, it'll be just basically residential, just like the one that just passed.
It's right next door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve the zoning change for Barbara Gay Giles Barisi's property on 213 North Highway 171.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Item C, discussion and possible action on having the county administrate city election.
Well, I brought that up because of Jessica leaving after going for training, so I was under the assumption that the city was going to hold the elections, but that's been explained to me that the county does it anyway.
Well, no, we have to contract with the county, and I've already set that all up.
That's all.
They can do it on odd years, but not even years, because I have all the other elections on even years, so. But
So
that's all.
okay, so they can do it this year,
Yes.
and then we can make arrangements between now and then for next year. That's what I was looking for.
There's a contract that'll need to be signed by the mayor, and then there's some other things that'll need to be taken care of.
I'm fine with that. No need to vote on it, or?
We like it when they do it, it's a lot less work, and they have all the people in place, and it's actually really helpful that they stop doing it years ago, and every off year we get stuck with it.
What was what's the cost of getting somebody trained in doing that?
Are you talking about the new city secretary?
Yeah, the new city secretary, yeah.
It's gonna be a lot, because, we have some deadlines that are coming really fast, Councilman, that are January deadlines that are very important. There's also the ballot that has to be created, and legal review.
Oh, well, no, not for this year, not for.
We don't have anybody to do the election.
Right, but when we do get somebody for the year
If you had a
2004.
new secretary, she would go to election school, but she wouldn't actually run the election, she would hire clerks and judges, and usually the county's real good about giving us names of persons that do that. She is just the contact. She has to be available in case there's a question about someone on the voting list or things like that. And she has to make sure that the building's available for early voting and election days. And those will be held at the pavilion in the park. The city of Crescent will be in there also, because the county asked if they could join us since they didn't have really anywhere to have their election. And then the school district has theirs with us also. So there'll be separate tables set up for the city of Godley, for the school district, and for the city of Crescent.
Okay.
And it's just nicer for them to have it up there because then they have their own restrooms, they have a kitchen where they can have their lunches and stuff since they're there such long hours.
Sounds good. Thank you, Scott.
So it sounds like that's all set up.
Yep.
Do we still need to approve that?
So what's the cost for them to actually do everything for us?
It's about 10,000 is what their contract says. It's usually not that much, because we have to pay for the judges and the clerks and all that. We have to pay them, and I think they pay them $11 an hour.
So with your item, are you wanting to do it from this day forward or for just 2020, May 2023?
Right now, I just want to know what was going to happen with the next election since Jessica isn't going to be here. That's my main concern.
Must be a no action.
At some point in time in 2004, and every other odd year, every even year, we're going to have to get somebody to take care of it. So we get a budget for that, either next year or in this budget or somehow, when we get everybody all set up and keep people in line.
So no action, is that what we're doing?
I would think it would be a no action item, since it's already handled.
Just discussion, no action.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody satisfied with that? Okay. D, discussion and possible action regarding the purchase and assignment of laptops, iPads, and phones to each city council members.
I'd like to motion to table that item.
Okay.
I haven't had the time to research it since Jessica left, so.
Right.
Well, and also our budget's already done, so
I'll second it.
we wouldn't have that. Have a motion, second to table it. All in favor? Motion carries. Echo, discussion and possible action regarding setting up Godley domain name email addresses for each city council member.
We
How-
discussed that, we decided we'd do it.
Well, it was never official.
No, we all voted on it.
Well, then why wasn't it done?
Well,
We don't have a city secretary now. She
We had one at
resigned,
the time.
And, no, she resigned, she's not there anymore. We don't have a city administrator right now, he also resigned. And we literally have to keep the city running, essentially dealing with people coming to the window and handling requests, sending out utility bills, doing all the tax documents that are in the year, dealing with the audit. Right now, we don't even know how to do it. You know how to do all of that? Well, I think you could do it. Okay. Anyway, to answer your question, we have 1,000 things that need to be done serving the people of the city right now, and all the people that we had in place and spent a lot of time trying to hire and bring in have been sent away. So we don't have people to do that right now.
They weren't sent away.
Yeah, they were.
Resignations being sent away.
Order, please.
It's just a matter of fact. I just need to say. But to answer your question, we don't, I mean, I don't know how to do it. I don't have access to the Google Workspace and all that stuff. I don't have a password for it. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, so do I need to,
No, the mayor, I will give you some contact that I know that David used that does IT stuff, IT work, and he may be able to help get that.
Do you think that our web guy does the what's that guy's name?
Jim?
Maybe the web guy can just do it for us.
yeah, who is our IT?
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Face.
Thanks.
Like face?
Yeah, I was doing the same thing.
We also use, a gentleman out of Cleveland that owns a computer.
Is it Digitex?
Computer.
No.
Computer company.
Okay.
So I'll get the mayor those contacts.
Okay.
Is that something we can do this week?
No.
No?
Yes, I don't have the ability to do that this week.
Well, I was asking Stephanie.
I will do my best.
Okay.
AC, if you'll give me the credentials to log into Google Workspace and the domain name, usually it's wherever the domain name is hosted, whether it's GoDaddy or whatever other third-party service, that's where you create your domain names. I used to build websites. Takes 20 seconds.
I know, and I've
I
done
don't think
that.
we need to pay somebody to do that.
Well, I don't think you can do that as a council person.
I can gladly direct anyone on how to do that.
Cass?
Yes, sir.
Michael's saying that he can do that, or he can direct someone else to do that.
Okay, but I think what Stephanie just said is there's a human that does it for us.
just don't understand why, when Jessica and them were here, we couldn't reach out to these same people to help us get this done.
I don't know the answer. I don't know.
I
how to do it.
know,
don't
because
do
I keep
technology.
getting
know
the I don't
I honestly
knows.
can't tell you. These are all good questions, but I don't have answers. It's not a matter of me you being obstructionist. I'm just telling you, I don't know. I don't know how to do all that stuff. And I don't have access to that system. I have my own email address. I can log in and look at my little files and my emails, but I can't do nothing else on that. Never happened.
Okay. Stephanie's already said she'll contact the guy to do it, and I'll see this done. So I'll need everybody's, how they want theirs to read.
It's usually first
Domain
dot
name,
last
email.
name. It's usually first dot last name.
That's been our naming so far, is first dot last at godlytx.gov.
Okay. Then we will follow what we normally
And
use.
the council's already voted on that before.
Okay.
Okay. So then F.
Item F, discussion and possible action for the fiscal year 2022-2023 city budget regarding scheduling a date for a budget workshop to review and make necessary budget amendments as needed.
Yes, so I actually have the 22-23 budget here. It was created by David Wallace without the help of department heads. I think the department heads play a very important role in creating the budget, because how does our city administrator know exactly what our department heads need? So I feel like having a budget workshop, going through each and every item to make sure that it is in the correct spot, is the next step that we should take as far as our budget goes. I know that everybody should have had one of these that I set down so that we could pencil in all the dates so that everybody's on the same page. But we have 5 weeks in January. Of course, today is the 3rd. So technically on the 17th is our next meeting. I was thinking that we could possibly move that meeting to the 24th and then do a budget workshop on the 16th, which is a Monday. That Monday is actually a holiday, so everybody would be off work from what I understand. So it would open up the scheduling opportunity for that day and not affect the time frame as far as work goes. Or we could possibly do it for a Saturday.
It's not a holiday for me unless I'm still working nights, and I could do it during the daytime. I won't know that. Yeah, I'll be working nights all of January. So I could do one on a Monday.
So would you guys be open to moving the second council meeting to the 24th and having that workshop on the 16th of January, maybe at like 11 o'clock?
What was that day again?
January 16th.
Who are supplied? Handy calendars.
I do better with notes, all in one place.
I understand.
Then I'll put them on my calendar at home.
My notes are all over the table.
Why not just hold it before the meeting on the 17th? That way our quorum is there.
Well, I know I have to work during the day, so let's. Are you not available on a Monday?
I'm on call 24/7, so.
Oh. I mean, the other option is a Saturday. We could just spend all day Saturday and do workshops.
Well, I mean, if we do it on the 17th and still start our workshop at 6:30, I would assume that we were not going to have as many agenda items 2 weeks from now. So
One
it
can only
shouldn't-
hope.
So it shouldn't go,
Let's have the workshop at How long is the workshop gonna take? Any idea? I've never been to one.
You could come at 5 like we used to, and then still have the meeting at 6:30.
We need to allot at least I would say at least 2 hours for the budget that we have currently. There are a lot of different sections. We might need to even, I'm not quite sure as far as why we have a public works budget, and then we also have a sewer and a water budget, because they all tie into the same thing. So we need to kind of get the feel of why our budget is drafted the way it is as well. So is that something that you know?
I do know that those two things are ran separately. Water money can't be spent on certain items, sewer money can't be spent on certain items. But that's about as far as I know. That may be why it's separated like that.
Yeah, but the line items could have actually said account number, yada, yada, for sewer, account number, yada, yada, for water in Public Works, because that's the subdivision that it's in. My question is, on every section, there are multiple things of this same sort, like maintenance, 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 and then you've got contract labor in every section. Do we truly have a contract labor worker for every section?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, so, and then, I mean, there's a lot that goes into the budget. So, I mean, it's going to take some time.
And I will say that our budgets have been excellent.
Right, but you have...
Well-made, and we have some money in some places where it needs to be.
Is it a question that you're trying to put money into different places and amend the budget?
We don't know. We need to discuss the budget in a workshop so that we can go through it and help understand where everything is and why it's there. I had asked this question multiple times, and nobody was able to address it. And then David left, and now there's nobody else that knows anything about it, because he was the only one that had anything to do with the budget.
Well, I would highly advise, if you're not knowledgeable about how budgets are created for municipal governments, that it probably should not be a change or anything messed with until you get a city administrator that knows budgeting and knows how to do that.
I know budgeting. That's why I'm questioning it.
Unfortunately, the good people that we hire to be our auditors give a lot of direction on how those accounts need to be set up. It also has to interface with our software. There's certain things that actually have to be compatible with our software. And on top of that, there's legal compliance. So I don't think that our auditors that specifically help cities all over Texas have made a mistake in how we've set up our budget. I highly doubt that those folks who have audited us for many, many years have goofed this all up. And they don't know
Okay,
what they're doing.
I think you're misunderstanding. I am not trying to create the budget. We are trying to assess the budget.
Again, that's their job. They're the people that assess it every year.
It's our job too.
But it's publicly available and you have a copy of it there.
Exactly, and I see discrepancies that need to be
Well,
talked about.
But that's what I'm asking you, is if there are discrepancies, if there's problems with the budget, you have to do budget amendments. Budget amendments are not allowed unless there's an emergency or if it's for an unforeseen matter. For instance, under the law, if there was a water line that busted and we had to go spend a whole bunch of money to put a new line in for something we didn't anticipate in our budget, you can do a budget amendment to go allocate the money from another fund to pay for that unforeseen situation, right? Getting laptops for the city council and training for $10,000 for the council, if it's not in the budget, those are not unforeseen things. Those are just things that you want, right? That's different. So the budget itself is something that is supposed to be a document that guides the spending of money. So taxpayer dollars don't get spent in a bad way. Budget amendments are supposed to be rare. They're supposed to be far and few between and based off of emergency and unforeseen situations.
Okay.
But if there's questions as to what parts of the budget and you have questions about how funds are there and how our software works, I would highly connect you with, and I think I sent you the email of the gentleman, Michael Merritt, is his last name, right? He's a wonderful resource, and I know that he has assisted our city staff for a long time in how that budget should be done, giving recommendations, this fund should go here, this should go there, your revenue should go here, how do you do it? If you want to connect with him or have a workshop where he comes in and explains to you how all that's set up, it's a wonderful idea, and I'm sure he'd be happy to do it. He's come to council numerous times and talked with council. So if you want to do that and set that up, that's a great idea, but I'm trying to assess whether you want to do budget amendments or if you just want to learn about the budget. I'm trying to.
I don't know if any amendments need to be done. We have to address it with the department heads to see what their budget's supposed to look like. I mean, I can't answer something that I don't know. And that would be the reason why we would have a budget workshop.
Okay. Well, if you're just trying to assess that there are needs of the city that haven't been addressed by the budget, then those would be appropriate for budget amendment. But again, unforeseen or emergency, meaning that we couldn't have predicted it.
So are you wanting something like quarterly budget workshops to go over what we've spent compared to what we still have to spend?
I mean, we could do that too. That wouldn't be a bad idea.
So I would say, I mean, I agree, I've been asking for those for 2 years. I think we need to wait until we have a new city administrator that could go over the current budget and give us actual information, which means we also need to hire a city administrator pretty quickly.
True. Do we have, I can't
Which is
talk about
later
that.
on the agenda.
Yeah. Okay, well then I motion to table this item.
I have a second? All in favor of tabling this item? Motion carries. Item G, discussion and possible action to create a vendor list, vendor packet, and a purchasing plan.
Yes. Do we currently have any vendor packets that we send out to any of the vendors that are interested in doing work with the city of Godley? We do not. Okay, so do we have a current master vendor list?
There is a vendor list, in code of vendors that we've used and paid, and you have that list because you've asked for those from David before, so.
Yeah, but it wasn't, to my recollection, it was never given to me. What about purchase, like a purchase order system? Do the guys, department heads have any system to where they submit?
A purchase order, no.
Yes, okay. And then what about, does the department heads have access to any of the vendor lists that you currently have?
Well, they don't have access to it, they just know who they've used for years and years, so.
Okay.
That's who they use.
So, this is an example of a vendor's list, like a master. Okay, so this is actually something that will show the vendor's name, the vendor's address, the contact information, the amount, if we have any contracts that they're allowed to buy, along with any of the agreements, like the numbers, the expiration dates. Typically, you put on what they can and can't buy from that vendor, yada, yada, yada. So I think this is a good tool that we need to implement. If you guys want to check it out, and it was some of the stuff that I had emailed today, but I guess they didn't get to print it out.
No, they did not, we were in court.
Okay. And then also, this is a sample of a vendor packet. Essentially, you'll just put a short scope of, the information that you need as far as, the insurance, the tax information, And then like where they're going to send their invoices, statements, and then ask any questions as far as payments go. And then again, like the net 30, if you guys have that. So if you wanna,
Your place on the vendor list to make comments. Go to this guy 6 times and then never has what I need, let's get him off the list, or this guy does excellent service, helps us out, goes the extra mile, so people, we know whether to keep him or not, or remove them.
wait, are you asking a question?
Yeah, the list, is that something we would put on a vendor's list?
Well, essentially you would reevaluate that list a certain time frame, and then any active vendors would be marked as active, any inactive vendors would be marked as inactive. Like, I'm sure you know, but we have contracts with vendors. So if the contract expires, then number one, we give them the ability to either renew the contract while we go out for bids for other contracts, or number two, they can just bow out and say, I don't want to do any business with you, which would, then we would mark it as inactive. And then I also put this flow chart together. Everybody should have a copy of it. Typically, so who has credit cards?
I have the debit card that has my name on it, that's it.
Okay, so we don't,
I think that there is a Home Depot card for public works.
and that's it.
I believe so, other than gas card.
So if we don't do a purchase order system and nobody has credit cards, how are we getting the authorization to make the purchase and then pay for the purchase?
Well, in the past, if they've needed something, they've asked David, it's been purchased, we've been invoiced, or it's been paid for online.
Okay. So the way this sets it up as is that essentially we would give the, and this could change, whatever we agree with the department heads a $500 threshold to make decisions with. So I'll just read it. When a purchase needs to be made within a department not exceeding a $500 threshold, all department heads are authorized to make a purchase up to this allowable amount for their department with the appropriate documentation. With anything exceeding this needs to be addressed with the city administrator prior to approval to purchase. So then after that, you move to the next block, which says, what do we need in order to complete the job? Do we need to make a purchase for something in order to complete the task or job? And is it within the $500 threshold? If it's in the $500 threshold, we'll start the purchasing process. So the next step for the $500 would be to obtain vendor information, pricing, and time of delivery for the products needed. This would be done by the actual employee itself. They would then fill out a requisition request form completely and then turn it into their supervisor. And I've actually got a template of a requisition form as well. I'll pull that out in a minute. And then after that, the supervisor will sign off on approval, allowing the employee to obtain a purchase order for their request. Now, since we do not have a purchase order software in place, my suggestion would be that each department head have an Excel spreadsheet with the purchase orders, and they have to continue to be consecutive. You cannot skip around. You have to say like 01, 02, 03. If 02 is not used, then you mark next to it and you state why it was not used. And this is more so for a checks and balances type thing. After the purchase order number is assigned for the approved products that are listed in the signed requisition form, they'll be eligible for purchase. No edits will be eligible to be made after signed off on. We'll need to obtain a separate PO for all future orders. Now, in some instances, there's not a way for us to get a purchase order number assigned for a purchase order for a purchase due to an emergency. So this is called after the fact purchase order. That will still need to have a requisition request form filled out by the employee, and the supervisor will need to sign off on it as approval. And then all after the fact purchase orders need to have a valid emergency in order to be approved. Now, all said and done, the employee making the purchase is required to obtain a receipt at the time of purchase unless authorized otherwise. All receipts must be turned into the supervisor by the end of your shift on the same day the purchase was made. Supervisors will need to create a tracking system to account for all purchase orders and receipts. Again, this can be on that same purchase order Excel spreadsheet if needed. So basically, you'll say purchase order, and then the purchase order was made, the amount, close the purchase order, you have your remaining, that goes back into your budget, and then the date that the receipt was, or the invoice was paid. And then, once the receipt is accepted and paid, the purchase order needs to be closed, okay? So now, then we go back to this, to where does the amount of the purchase exceed the authorization capabilities? If you choose yes, then it's between the $500 and the $1,000 mark. You'll submit information to your supervisor, and then your supervisor and the city administrator will then decide if that purchase is necessary. If so, then the supervisor and the city administrator will need to sign off. If we go above the $1,000 threshold, then we need to go out for bid. The supervisor, city administrator, and possibly the employee, if they need help, will work closely with vendors and city administrators to obtain at least 3 bids to submit to city council to approve. At this time, each one of those vendors that we go out with, like for the bid, they need to actually have a vendor packet sent with that information so that they can send that vendor packet back and we can put that information into our system so that we know that all of our ducks are in a row before making the purchase. We'll allow the vendors 14 days to return that packet, and then, city council will vote on it. It's a lot. So that was a lot, but.
So Stephanie, is that something our Encode software is capable of?
I believe so. There's a gentleman named Randy Holler that I could ask, and he would know for sure, but I believe that is a tracking system, on the.
Okay, so I know that there were questions on reasoning why I'm doing what I'm doing. This process being in place will allow accountability, not only accountability, but checks and balances. We do not want the same person making the purchase as we are the same person paying the bill. So you can't essentially say, I'm going to make this purchase, I'm going to approve this purchase, and I'm going to pay the bill. That's not okay, because that's where the red flags come. So taking.
On large items, but we don't purchase a lot of large items as an employee.
Right, but I mean, the same situation stands for smaller items, because, I mean, what if somebody has an obsession with pens? They're gonna go buy 50 pens that they like, and then if they leave, they might take them with them. I know, that's a.
We actually did that. I have these blue pens that I love, and I had David order me 50 of them.
Wow.
So, but I mean.
I know, it's against the rules, oh my God. Let me tell you that I'm not being disrespectful, but We don't have a person right now that can do what Councilman Pappenflitz just was recommending. We don't even have a human to do those things right now.
But we still need this put into place because our department heads cannot do anything right now.
I think checks and balances are fantastic, but we literally don't even have, we're having a discussion about something that is not going to occur anytime soon because we don't even have the city.
You understand we still have to function as a city, correct?
You're not, it's not getting in. Listen to me. There's no human over there. There's no human over there during the day helping people. There's no human in the back over there. There's no one to do any of the things you said.
Did you not listen to what I said? I said the department heads.
Who are our department heads right now?
You have, let's see, Sergeant Cantrell is the chief of police, correct? He is the department head, correct?
Yes.
There you go. He is in his office, correct?
Is he having a problem ordering things?
I have no idea, but this gives him authorization
Who are our
because,
department heads?
Chief Woolard, is he a department head?
Yes. Is he having a problem ordering things?
I have no idea.
Okay, we should focus on those questions.
But you guys stated that David and whoever in the offices make the purchases, did you not?
That's my point. That's exactly my point.
Okay,
We don't
so
have
then the
anybody
thing that we
purchasing
have going on right now is not working. We need something else to give these guys the authorization.
But Councilman Thompson, it's exactly like your 7 emails last week asking Jessica for items that she wasn't even here any longer. She didn't even work here anymore.
Well, we didn't know that because it was not relayed.
We emailed just
Point of
all of you.
order, call the question. Call the question, please.
You finished, I think you were speaking.
No, go ahead, because
Okay, but asking for open records of the custodian of records who is no longer here and then sending 7 subsequent emails going, why don't I have my records? We don't have the staff. We don't have the people. I'm not saying this to be rude, it's the facts. We don't have the people to do all of the things that we're required by law to do. Right now, there's a priority list of sending out utility bills, doing the end of year taxes. We have to send out all the 1099s and the W-2s and all that stuff. We don't have anybody to do that. We don't have all of the legally required things we're supposed to be doing, and you want to implement a brand new entire system for vendors?
yeah.
I'm just saying that we need help getting staff. Y'all need to, that needs to be the priority right now. The citizens are gonna come here tomorrow and this door is going to be closed because there's no one here to work.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Tomorrow, when you email to all the city staff going, when is our vendor thing been implemented yet because it needs to be implemented immediately, no one's gonna email you back because there's no one here. Does that make sense?
Bar grievance on you.
It's the truth. You can't be
Bar
charged for telling the
grievance.
truth.
We need to,
Is the truth. No, Marcy can say, Marcy, she has the right to her opinion. Marcy has a right to say that. It's absolutely her opinion. She's not being disorderly conduct. I'm sorry, Morgan, that's not an offense to remove somebody from a public meeting.
even if it's temporary people.
That would be a TOMA violation, and we would have stopped the meeting, and you would have been.
The truth hurts right now, Councilwoman, because it's the truth.
You're just not understanding me. I mean,
So I agree with you, this does need to be put in place. Whether it can be put in place right now or not, obviously not, we don't have the staff. We can still vote on it, we can still approve it, and it can be done at a later date, whenever we do have the staff. Which these staff would have already been approved if we had a meeting on December 27th, but we didn't.
Are there any other items on the agenda that have executive session or need my advice? Because I have to drive to San Antonio, and this looks like it's going to be a very long year. Is there anything else, guys, that you need help for on that? Or I can
No.
do it by phone too, but I have to drive to San Antonio. Is there anything else? I'm glad to help. It's just that there's an agenda, we literally have to know people to implement the things that you're voting on. And if you want to hire a city administrator, I hate to say this, but the person that comes in is going to have their own system of doing things. You're going to go hire somebody good, I hope, and when you do that, that person's going to want to do budgets differently. I'm just telling you. They're going to say, in my other city, I did it this way, and I like to do it this way. They're going to come in and say, you know what, I like purchasing agreements done another way, right? They're going to have their own opinions. That's their job. And I hate to say that, but if you want all these things implemented, go hire somebody that wants to do those things, right? That cares about accountability. Councilman Pappas cares about transparency. Go hire somebody to do those things and let them go do their freaking job.
it's in the process.
But is there anything else? Because I apologize, but I didn't realize this meeting was going to go on this long. Mayor, is there anything else? Because I literally went through San Antonio tonight. I'm an old person, I need to sleep.
No. Good night.
All right.
Be careful.
Enjoy your optimism.
I'm sorry, what?
Enjoy your optimism that you didn't think this would be one of those 6 or 7 hour meetings. And be careful driving.
Thank you, sir.
I motion to implement the flow chart, the vendor list, and the vendor packet.
I will second that with the addition of whenever we have a new city secretary to put those into place.
On a later date.
Everybody understand Michael's
Yep.
addition to it? All in favor? Motion carries. H, discussion and possible action regarding cross of duties of city employees.
So I'm actually going to table H and I.
Yeah, let's table as much, the biggest thing is we need to get somebody working for the city.
Right. And then I'll go ahead and table J as well.
Okay. Item K, discussion and possible action concerning hiring an external third party to investigate the city financials.
Yes, I've actually been speaking with a forensic auditor by the name of Alan Nelson. I've been giving him a little insight on some of the things that we've discussed in meetings, as well as some of the documents that I've received within reason. The audits that we have received in the past have been done by the same exact person, and that is something totally different than what a forensic audit would actually be. For the regular yearly audits, you just have to turn in certain paperwork in order to pass those. For the forensic audit, they actually get into the nitty-gritty as far as the line items and the money, where it's being utilized and how it's being utilized. So I feel like with the circumstances that we are dealing with right now, the best option at this time would be moving forward with an external third-party forensic investigator, just to clear the air. If they come back and say, hey, you know what, you guys did great, this is awesome, then guess what? That allows everyone to be quiet. So, I mean, I feel like this is the direction that we need to go, just to clear the air, make sure there hadn't been any discrepancies in the past. If there was, I mean, who's to say they weren't done on ignorance? I mean, if somebody was in office and they didn't truly know what they were doing and they accidentally done something, I mean, that's going to clear the air as well. So I think so. I think this is the way to go.
Mayor,
Do you have any?
may I speak?
Yes.
The auditors that we have used, we are currently in the middle of an audit, in case you didn't know that. And they do not use the same people every year. The main business owners are involved, but there are different people that do it each year.
Right, but sometimes that.
I get where you're coming from.
Okay.
Before. They do go through every invoice. We box up every receipt, invoice, court, everything. And it gets hauled to Abilene, they go through everything. Some days they came here, They came here the week of Christmas and worked a couple of days, asking for reports, going through everything. So I just wanted to let you know that that's how they do their process.
Okay.
So that's for the CAFR, correct? So what you're wanting is more of an in-depth audit, not just an CAFR level.
Correct.
Okay, who's gonna do this for the city since we have nobody working in the city?
Well,
How much would it cost?
so you can't really put a price on that because it depends on the speed of the documents being presented and given to the forensic auditor. They would actually come down and spend a 2 or 3 day time frame to gather the documents themselves with the help of staff. These documents have been, they're really simple documents that everybody should have available, so it shouldn't be hard to obtain. I'm talking like bank statements, reports consisting of expenditures, that type thing.
Same thing we give our auditors currently.
Right, but they don't do it to the level that they do. Well, they do it in phases. There are different phases according to what we want. Now, he could start off at the first phase, which would probably, he couldn't put a price on it, but he said it was probably going to be around the 20,000 mark.
For one phase, possibly.
Well, depending on his findings, then we might need another phase. So, I mean, essentially, if there is no discretion, that would be all that he would need to do. But if there is more to it, then I feel like it would be a valuable tool worth our money, because if he's finding things that are not valid, then these are the things that we need to know.
Wouldn't our auditor
So-
have found that?
Not necessarily.
I believe he would.
I've done a
Oh, got
lot of
CPA back in the
research.
back now.
Could I refer back to my request from you? Speak the things that you're accusing. I mean,
I'm not accusing of
you
anything.
said the things that we're going through right now, and all the little things that we're going through right now, I have no clue what it is, and that's what I was hoping you'd speak to.
I'm just speaking the situation in general. I'm not speaking on any certain items.
Okay, let's get back to doing something with these items and getting out of here sometime tonight.
I got no, doing this in a future date would be good. I just assume we table this for at least till March until we get the city employee situation taken care of. Right now, there's no one that can do this, no one to help them. And we need to make sure it's in our budget to do something like this. And I'd like to have a little bit more knowledge on what the final cost will be. $20,000 is a whole lot of money.
Yeah, and he would actually come
Do I have a
and,
second to that?
there wasn't a motion.
No, just my question, it wasn't a motion, I'm just saying what I'd like, to do at this time.
I interpreted that as a motion, sorry.
No, but he would actually come and present a scope of work, the pricing and all that good stuff.
Let's table it until we have the city taken care of, until we have the people in place to help work on something like this.
Okay,
Is
I
that a
can do that.
motion?
That's a motion.
I second.
Motion until.
All in favor?
March.
Motion carries.
And then I'm gonna table L as well.
M, discussion possible action regarding the proper procedures for handling complaints and infractions given to city employees or city officials.
So we have a very inconsistent process that we're doing right now. I asked Cass if he actually had a process, and he said that there was not one in place. So this was also in some of the documents that I had asked for you guys to be supplied with, but she ran out of time, so. So I'll just read this. All steps should be followed within state and local laws. Number one, all employees, officials need to be supplied with a copy of the city handbook and turn in a signed receipt of acceptance, read, and understanding. Number two, employee official must notify their supervisor of grievance in writing within 24 hours of their complaint. Number three, employee official must fill out grievance form within 15 days of their complaint and return it to their immediate supervisor. If their supervisor is who the complaint is about, then it goes to the next person in rank above their supervisor. All management should conduct meetings with their employees on a weekly or monthly basis to discuss and give any updates to the department information or changes. Management should hold all employees to equal standards 100% of the time. These standards should be outlined, discussed, and signed off by all employees, acknowledging that they have read, understand, and accept anytime, and then again, anytime there are amendments. Management should document everything, keep track of the performance, infractions, and grievances of each of the employees. Management has the authority to create team-building skills and any necessary training needed to prevent a grievance in the workplace as long as it is consistent with all employees in their department based on rank and skills. Now, when a grievance is filed, the following procedures should take place in this order. Number one, an informal meeting with your supervisor. Sit down with the employee to discuss the situation and allow them to voice their concerns. If you feel the need for a witness while doing this, then it is appropriate to do so. However, it should be your assistant, second in rank, secretary, or supervisor, and their purpose would be to solely sit in as a witness. Number two, formal grievance in writing. Inform your employee if they feel the need that the complaint warrants a grievance, that the grievance will need to be filled out, signed, and turned in prior to any further movement being made on your part.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but shouldn't this be part of the group that's going to do the employee handbook? Isn't this something that will be in the handbook?
Well, we actually need to implement this so it can go in the handbook.
So the people that are going to do the handbook won't know how to do it. We need to tell them how to do it.
No, that's not what I said.
Isn't this a pretty standard thing?
I mean, you have to have your, not every grievance plan is exactly the same.
Oh, I'm sure.
So if we implement a grievance plan, then that grievance plan can go into the handbook. So do you want an HR professional to do the grievance plan? Or do you want?
I would think that would be a portion of their duty.
Well,
if they're doing the employee handbook, is that they would do the
Okay, so
procedures for complaints and infractions.
the handbook update's going to take a little bit of time to create. I think this is something we need like now. I literally just asked Cass the other day if there was a grievance plan in place, and he said no. There's been very inconsistent processes being done lately, so.
I'm not aware of any grievances, but.
Okay.
More employees.
Evaluate the agreement or grievance. Management should evaluate the grievance based on facts and information supplied by the employee to determine their next steps. There may be a quick fix that can be resolved immediately. You may need to loop in the Human Resources Department. Number 4, conduct a formal investigation. If there has not been a resolution and more information is needed, conduct a formal investigation. A formal investigation may include the following if needed: interviewing all parties involved equally without being biased. Collect all evidence you can to come up with and create a resolution. Emails, witnesses, receipts, etc. Then your resolution. Anyone involved in the formal investigation writes a formal conclusion based on their factual findings. Management will inform the employee of their findings and what action will be taken. Any questions?
So we don't have a process now, so we do need a process set down, and if it gets reviewed during the HR, that's fine. I make a motion, we set up a process as you described for your information you passed out to the city.
I like to amend that and state effective immediately, and second that motion.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. N, discussion and possible action concerning the city and municipal inventory asset lists and how it is maintained.
Okay, so we, Stephanie, do we have an asset list? Okay. So I know that the PD has started one, but we don't have one like as a city.
Not that I'm aware of, or not that I've seen.
Okay. So then we need to implement one. And then we need to implement how it's maintained. So I have some ideas, but does anybody else want to discuss anything?
Again, we don't have the people. I mean, yeah, let's do this, but I just soon table it for right now until we get to where we have a office.
AC, is this something you could do as mayor?
As far as what?
As far as creating an asset list on the city side? A municipal inventory?
Well, I can talk to some other cities and find out how they do it, and, you know, somebody that's comparable to our size and inventory. So I can take that on, and I find myself spending quite a bit more time down here since we don't have any personnel left.
Okay, so do you want to do the research and then bring it to us on that next meeting? And then I'll
Sure.
just go ahead and table
Yeah.
this until the next meeting, and then you can present what you find.
Yep. And I'll contact some cities, and I'll also probably talk to a county commissioner or two, just to get some ideas, and I'll bring them back for the next meeting.
I'll go ahead and table O until the next meeting. That way we can get to the steering committee.
R, discussion and possible action on the review, selection of candidates to fill the vacant seats on the City of Godley Steering Committee. Michael?
So we've been trying to choose this for months now. Their first meeting was set to, I believe, the third week of January. So we need to set that steering committee so they can adjust their schedules, and we can set it up with Carissa to come in and make sure that meeting happens. As for the entities, on the 27th, I asked Jessica, do we have anything related to item A, steering committee? At our previous meetings, the city administrator was supposed to secure whom would be the contacts for all the entity-related spots. I would assume this was accomplished and a list left for our use. She sent me an email back, said I was not left a list and I'm unaware as to who he may have chosen. I didn't want to go outside my scope and start contacting all of these entities. You can do that, or
So you have the list, or?
We have a list of people that, I know there's been several that,
I have the
it's
list.
been 4 or 5, and then we've appointed a few.
I have the list for the high school students, the ETJ South, ETJ North, and the city limits. As far as all of the things that David was required to get, I don't have access to that.
So is Ricky Roden on your list?
For ETJ South, he was not, but he is now.
Is Jessica Brown on your list?
Yes, for ETJ North.
Is Brian Meeker on your list?
Yes, for ETJ South,
And Julie Eastman?
ETJ North.
Those are all the emails that I got from Jessica.
Okay, and then I
Stating
also
interest.
have a list of other people that showed interest for those same sections.
Okay.
So, as a council, we were all supposed to choose somebody, and then we were supposed to choose 2 from the ETJ North, 2 from ETJ South, 2 students, all the entities, and then there were some staff spots. Obviously, we don't have the staff right now, so they can't really choose those spots, so we'll just continue with what we have or fill in our own recommendations for those spots.
So I can just start with mine. These are our recommendations, which reside in the city limits, correct?
It was not required for us to choose someone inside city limits, but it is a city committee, so it is geared
Okay.
towards city limits.
Well, my personal vote will go with Chris Blackwell. Jan, did you have somebody?
Clayton
Last name?
Smith.
Mary
Clayton Smith?
Mary Ann?
Scott Yarborough.
Scott who? Scott who?
Yarborough.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Scott
Yeah,
Yarborough.
your voice, you get.
Roger?
Teresa Cornelison.
Michael?
Mark Bell,
You said Mark Bell?
Bell, B-E-L-L.
Okay, let me see if that. Okay, as far as ETJ South, I mean, I feel like Ricky Roden, he plays a big part in the city. Also Trinan Massagal and Brian Meeker. So those 3, I feel like would settle real good on the steering committee. So that would be my 3 nominations from ETJ South.
We're only choosing 2 from ETJ South.
Right, no, but I'm saying we as a group are doing 3, but those, I mean 2, but those 3 would be my top 3.
Who's all on your list for ETJ South?
So Trinan Massengale, Brian Meeker, Marta Oliveira, Tierra Diduck, Elise Stelstrix, and Ricky Roden. That's for ETJ South.
So we just need 2 of them, 2 of those to accept?
Correct, yes.
Well, I think I talked to Carney Eldridge about that, but I don't remember if he said yes.
But he'd be in the city,
Yeah, well,
not the ETJ.
Yeah, they have to be ETJ South.
Ricky,
So south of 171 in our ETJ.
Ricky and Trenton,
You feel like Ricky and Trenton? Okay.
or Marta.
Marta, so I'll just put an asterisk here, 1. Out of that list, AC, do you feel like you want to nominate any of those guys?
I think any of those would be suitable, especially Ricky and Trenton. They're both, I don't know the other two people that well.
Okay. Do you have nominations? Do you want me to read the list?
Mine's just for in the city, I had Carney Eldridge.
Okay, that one's down here. We can add them in a minute.
Are you
okay.
choosing that as your council position?
Pardon?
Are you choosing that as your person that you want to represent on a committee from your council spot? Because he lives across from you, correct? So he'd be
Yes.
city?
Yeah, he lives in the city. Yeah, that's,
And what was his name?
Carney Eldridge.
Okay. So far, we have Trenton Massengill with 2 votes, Ricky Roden with 2 votes, and Marta Oliveira with 1 vote. So we still have Elise Stelstrix, Tierra Gduck, and Brian Meeker on the list.
Any of them?
Do you want to nominate anybody for ETJ South? No. Roger?
I only know 2 of them, I don't know the other people. So,
Which 2?
I know, well, I know Trenton, and then I know Ricky, but I don't know the other people, which kind of like,
Okay.
I'm not nominating anybody from South, because I really, just because I know them doesn't mean, but, you know, I'm not against any of them that are on there, I don't know them that well.
Michael?
I'll go with Meeker and Marta.
Meeker and Marta. Okay. Okay, so far Trenton and Ricky actually have the most votes. 3 for Trenton, 3 for Ricky, 1 for Brian, and 2 for Marta. So,
So Trenton and Ricky it is.
okay. All right, so the list for ETJ North, Julie Eastman, Renee McCoy, Riley Davis, Matt Wilson, Lindsay Sproul, Kayla Lane, Lacey Orser, Nicole Bach, Daphne Gasta, Michael Bradburn, Jessica Brown. Anybody on that list that you guys know of, or anybody not on the list that you guys know of? Okay.
Are any of these people here tonight?
Julie Eastman and Kayla Lane. Anybody else? So Julie and Kayla are both here. I think Julie, she's been really eager to be a part of this, and I like that she's really trying to be involved. So I would have to say that Julie is probably one of my picks, and then probably Jessica Brown. Do you have a preference?
Renee McCoy?
Renee McCoy. Do you have another one?
No.
Okay.
I don't know the others.
AC, did you have any thought on that?
well, Renee McCoy and Kayla Lane would be,
Okay. Marianne, did you have
Renee McCoy.
Renee McCoy? Okay. Anybody else?
I'll go with Julie Eastman and Kayla Lane.
Okay. I'm sorry, Marianne, did you have a second person? Okay. Michael?
Julie and Caleb.
Okay. So we have a tie for Julie, Renee, and Kayla. all three got 3 votes. I don't know that I know Renee McCoy, so can you guys, does anybody know her, like know her? Can you tell me a little about her?
She's a longtime Godley resident. She taught school here for years. Her children graduated from here.
Okay. Does she have any background as far as anything in the master plan?
No, I don't.
You don't know that part, okay. I guess, AC, would you mind if Julie and Kayla spoke? To kind of tell us a little bit about. Do you care if they spoke about what their background is? It's up to you. I mean, if you don't want them to speak, that's fine, but.
I don't mind them speaking up. I just, I'm not the only one
Give the others a
getting
choice.
worn out here.
Let them speak.
That doesn't give anybody
Okay.
else a chance.
Do you want to give us a little
Just because
background
they're here.
as far as why you think you would be a good candidate for the steering committee? Yeah, I'm sorry. Julie Eastman. No, you can just speak.
Well, I just have a background, I'm an interior designer, I've worked with lots of development and developers and things like that, so I do have a bit of background in that realm. But I'm really just, I care about Godley, I live out here in a couple of different areas for 30 years. Don't have kids here, so I don't know a lot of people through that. But I care, I attend pretty much every city council meeting. I don't speak out, except for ones about Starlight, but I do, care and I want to be involved. And I want to see that we grow, and I want to see that we grow in a thoughtful and fashion. So that's my interest in that.
Okay. And then Kayla.
Hi, Kayla Lane. I've been in Godley for almost 4 years. I do have young children here who I currently homeschool, and I have a background in accounting and also managerial positions. I have also attended just about every city council meeting going on a year now. I'm also at every school board meeting and have been very involved with this town, and I have a very big investment on the growth of this town and responsible growth, and just really want to see things done the right way. And so I'm just volunteering my services in any way that I can to help you guys out. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
They are always here, both of them.
Okay, so we've got to pick 2 out of the 3. We've got Julie Eastman, Renee McCoy, and Kayla Lane. So I guess we'll just go back down the line and do 2 and 2 again. I will say Julie and Kayla. Dan?
Renee and Julie.
Okay. AC?
Kayla and Renee, I'm sorry.
Okay. Marianne?
Renee and Julie.
Renee and Julie, okay. Roger?
Same, Julie and Kayla.
Okay, and then Michael?
And Julie and Caleb.
Julie and Kayla. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for Julie, 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for Kayla, and 3 votes for Renee. So it looks like Julie and Kayla. Okay, so the city limits, if I need to add anybody, just let me know.
1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
So we talked about choosing alternates, since there was, I think Marta was the 3rd choice right behind
Oh, yes.
Trenton and Ricky. Do we want to utilize her as an alternate in case one of them can't do it, and then utilize Renee, if one of these can't do it.
That'd
Sure.
work.
I think we need to have something to fall back in case something happens with the
Yeah, that's
ones we
perfect.
picked. Yeah.
Okay, so city limits, James Bullard, John Birdwell, Troy Sykes, Kelly Crutchley, Manny Martinez, Eduardo Garcia, Yasmin Parr, Sophia Gutierrez, Travis Thomas, Chris Dolben, Bob Doyle, Marshall Carell. Anyone that I left out on that list?
That's the city limits?
Yes, sir.
Carney Eldridge.
What is it?
Carney Eldridge.
Well, I thought that that was your personal pick.
For what we're picking.
What is she, I didn't get all the names this time.
So if he's your personal pick, then he's already there and he
Oh,
wouldn't be, yeah.
Okay. I didn't understand that. Or
I
not.
didn't either. I thought we were reading off the ones that we picked.
No, I supplied this information earlier in an email to give to you guys, but they didn't do any of the documents that I requested you guys get. If I would have known,
Is that Marcia Carroll, not Marshall?
I don't know. This is the, actually, let me see.
But she doesn't, it must be a different person.
No, you're right. You're right.
Marcia?
Yeah, Marcia. So it was Marcia, not Marshall.
Marcia who?
Carol.
Oh. She live in town?
So the list again is James Bullard, John Birdwell, Troy Sykes, Kelly Crutchley, Manny Martinez, Eduardo Garcia, Yasmin Parr, Sophia Gutierrez, Travis Thomas, Chris Dolben, Bob Doyle, and Marcia Carroll.
I don't.
Yeah, do you know any of these guys?
I do.
Know some of
So do you
them,
guys want to nominate?
But I don't.
So Troy Sykes, rings a bell, and then,
Look at these people here.
yeah, anybody here? No, that's on this list. Do you know Marcia Carroll?
If that's the person, I think it is, yes, I know her.
Okay, so do you want to nominate any of these people?
Get the list.
Marcia is fine
Yeah, we know
if it's the person.
Look, let's see. I'll show you who it is. Where is she? Right here. Marcia Hannah Carroll.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at
That's
this
her?
for a minute.
Sure.
Is it done? Is it Jan?
It says them down here.
I'm gonna look.
Okay. Do you guys need a look?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't see that list?
So looking over Jessica's notes from the
Yes.
November 1st
Yes, Mary Ann,
meeting.
it is.
City staff is supposed to choose one. The chamber would be on, someone from the chamber would be on there. Shows construction, we chose to edit that to the Johnson County Builders Association to choose one. GISD is supposed to have someone. The ESD for fire is supposed to have someone. JSUD is supposed to have someone. TxDOT is supposed to have someone. We changed it to 2 from North ETJ, 2 from South ETJ, and 2 from the GISD student body. So I don't think we need to choose anyone from the city limits.
Oh, I thought we had somebody from the city limits. Oh well. And I only have one nomination for the high school, so unless you guys know of a student, we can fill in that second spot.
So we would probably need to fill in for the city staff recommendation, which they stated they wanted somebody from the city limits, but that's all they stated.
For the city, oh, okay, I see. So one person from that list?
So if we do those that I just listed, that's 13 people on the committee. Unless she just didn't notate it in the minutes and we changed something else. I mean,
All right, so what do we have left? What do we need to do? Let's
so
go.
we need to choose someone for the city staff, because we don't have
That
city staff right
reside
now.
in city limits, correct?
Yep.
Yes, that's what they want.
Okay, does anybody have a nomination for city limits only?
Kelly Crutcher. Kelly Crutcher, or Crutcher.
Crutchley?
Crutcher.
Name somebody else. Does anybody else have?
He's already on this one, isn't he?
Yes, he's on there.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
Oh, you're wanting
Right,
to vote
so
for him.
do you have a nomination?
No, yes.
For city limits? Yes.
Yeah.
So a
Yeah.
nomination, so he's already nominated right now
For what?
for city limits for the
Right,
staff.
we're
pay.
voting for somebody to fill up a city spot.
So Roger wants to nominate Roger, so that's where his vote will go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Okay.
want to vote for
I'm voting
Bill.
off of that
Marianne,
list that
did-
she gave us. That's the only name on that list that I really know.
Okay, who is on the list for the city?
The bottom portion right there.
Right here?
Yes.
I know
Just
Marcia,
that
but I
little
don't know if
portion
she
right
actually
there.
lived- I didn't know she
She's
lived
not
here.
in the city limits, is she? City. I didn't think she was either, but I don't
She marked
know.
us, she said she was in the city limits. So if she's not in the city limits, then mark her out. I don't know where these people live. They just said where they were as far as ETJ North, and city limits.
I
So,
don't think she's in the city limits. Marcia, no.
okay.
She
Well,
would be a
then
good person to be on the committee, but. Yeah.
She's north side, okay. Well, then was there anybody else on that list that you want to nominate?
James Bullard, I guess.
Bullard, okay. AC? Anybody on that list? No, okay. How about you? No, I'm okay with James Bullard. How about you?
Right, did you have something?
So are y'all talking about residing within the city limits, residing within the ETJ? Who's verifying that?
James Bullard lives in the city limits,
Okay, so just owns property or reside?
resides.
Okay. Well, I can't be in the city limits any longer, but I could be in them.
You have been.
Have been previously.
Yeah.
Retroactively. Nominated.
Well, where were you? Like, are you like in the north or the?
Fort Worth now. So if they want Fort Worth residents, then do that.
So I'm fine with Bullard.
Okay, James Bullard it is.
There you go. Let's go.
Is that good with everybody?
I'm
Yeah.
ready to go home.
So my list is down there. Will you mark it for me? And then I think we have the high school students. We need two. What's his, Grant McMullen?
I don't know. who that
There's
is.
one. I thought that Kate would be a good one, but I hadn't talked to her mom or anything, so I don't even know if that's an option.
Who?
Kate, what's the last name? She's real big in the FFA.
Heiner?
Heiner, Kate Heiner. I feel like she's like super
Yeah.
leadership, she's knowledgeable,
Uh,
but I don't know if she's interested because her plate is full.
So do we want to approach Mr. Flood and see, or Miss Nix, and see if they have someone maybe in a government class or some sort of design class that deals with this?
I'm not opposed to that. So we can sit on the high school
Yeah.
students and then just implement the rest of this? Do you want to do that?
That works for me. AC,
Yep.
do you want to, or I can get a hold of all the entities. and see who they want to choose.
Yeah, I think my plate's gonna be pretty full.
Yeah, so Rhett actually had a really good point. Who is going to verify that these are truly in the jurisdictions that they're supposed to be?
I guess since I'm doing the rest, I'll pull their records.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have ETJ South, Trina Massengale and Ricky Roden. ETJ North, Julie Eastman, Kayla Lane. City Limits, James Bullard. Now for ETJ South, the alternate is Marta Oliveira, and then ETJ North alternate, Renee McCoy. Do we need to do a City Limits alternate? If so, do we want to just go with Kelly, since that was the other name on the table?
I guess if no one else said anything.
Okay. All right. Is that it then, Michael, or do we need to do anything else with this?
No, we chose our portions, the city staff portions. I'll get a hold of all the chamber, the construction, all the other entities and see who they want.
AC, do you wanna keep this copy?
If I can, yeah.
Okay. All right.
AC, can I get a picture of that before you leave?
Yeah.
So we're good?
Yeah, go. Oh, it's Michael. Never mind.
So I'll make a motion to accept the selection of candidates, and I, Michael Pappenfuss, will follow up with the other entities to see who they want on, but we will accept the selection as presented.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. All right. S, discussion and possible action on accepting the city administrator's resignation. I've been told by the city attorney that it's been enough days that doesn't matter. It's done. It's a done deal.
So no action, right?
Correct. T, discussion and possible action on hiring / posting guidelines for city administrator. And we've contacted Strategic Government Resources, and they're supposedly getting us people that are interested.
So that's for the interim, correct?
Yes. There might be some in there that are applying, but our initial thoughts were to go ahead and get an interim and get them in here and get things going. So I'll follow up on that and see if I can get some more information from SRG.
Okay, so this item was actually
SGR.
geared more towards our permanent city administrator, what kind of guidelines we want. I guess Cass left now, so he doesn't have my presentation.
He's headed to San Antonio, yeah.
But if you'll turn on the projector and the screen, I'll load it up on my computer. There should be remotes.
There's 3 remotes down here.
Yeah.
One of them's
Actually,
going.
there's 4. I don't have a clue.
I have no idea.
That's going to be the projector.
This is DVD, so.
Yeah, just
It was on, but now it's off. I saw a red light on it.
That's 1920. No. So I thought we were required to pick city limit people, but Michael said that wasn't true. So if that were the case, then there would be 5 plus the one that the city, so 6, yes, 6 within the city limits, which would make sense. I thought you meant total steering committee. Okay, yeah. It's 19, like, are you talking like city limits only? Like 19, 20? Because you have your ETJ, or your ESD, your building, commercial guy, and
That's the no.
I couldn't find anything. Open eye, maybe that's. It's more like zoom and focus and search, so it'd be more like a projector, I think. But there was a red light on the bottom of the
There's a red light.
projector.
I think the projector's on now.
Hey, Michael, if you just dim the light, she should be able to see it on the wall. Over here.
I was wondering who's behind me.
Are those lights separate from these lights? Then we should pull those ones down, that should be fine.
I don't know where the switch is for those.
While he's getting this all set up, Michael and I talked to a developer, Rob Watson, who has quite a bit of land out on both sides of 171. And he showed us a plan for Fort Worth and all the surrounding counties that show all the bike and walking paths and all that kind of stuff. And he wants to institute that with his developments so that people will have walking and riding bicycle paths that will take them to businesses and to downtown Godley and through their areas. And we're planning on having a town hall meeting. We haven't set the date for it yet, but he's very interested. And what I thought is that if we had enough interest from the citizens, we would have it at the pavilion in the park. He said he doesn't need any equipment. He's, got his presentations all set. But we're talking about some big developments. I don't remember. Do you remember how many acres, Michael? That
The one off 907 and 26, with a couple hundred acres, 80 to 100 acres, and green spaces.
Yeah, lots of green spaces to go along with the.
Toward Cleveland or Crescent?
Toward Cleveland. Probably almost to the edge, almost to the city limits, I think. I think it's all just this side of the city limits sign. Because at one time, he wanted us to move our sewer plant out there.
Yeah.
Because it's a good drainage spot. But he decided to go with a PID, which is a different kind of development. The city will get tax money and such from it, whereas if it's a MUD, like most developers do, the city basically doesn't get anything.
Yeah. I don't like mud businesses. There's too many stories about them down in Houston.
Yeah,
And they're
But
hard to
anyway.
get dealt with.
he wants to do PID, and and I don't know a lot about him yet, but
Other
it's
than
my
that
understanding.
brochure you gave us 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah,
2 meetings ago.
so we'll try to get the word out when we get that set up with him. He's wanting to go ahead and get it done, but I felt like we might have enough interest to go ahead and have it in the pavilion at the park.
I think it will.
And it's actually indoors. We have lights and all kinds of stuff up there.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more minutes. Icy.
I'm leaving at 10 o'clock,
Okay.
whether we're finished or not.
No, no go? Oh, okay. What about the HR professional?
We need to accept Jessica's resignation.
And once again,
You,
the city's attorney told me that the time span had been enough that we can't take any action on that.
So that one's good.
Are
so
we
you,
filling her seat, here's her position temporarily?
nobody, you have nobody.
I know we don't, but how do we do that? How do we get a temporary person in here?
We've got to find somebody that can do the job. They won't have all the qualifications.
Understand.
I have an application. I don't know her. All I know is that she reached out and said she was interested if given the opportunity. Let me- Kind of dark. Eyes on. Yeah, my eyes are clean shirts.
Let there be light.
There were a couple other people that reached out and asked as well.
Okay,
But like I said, I don't have a personal relationship with these people, so I don't know them. All I know is what's on that paper.
okay. Yeah, she used to live up there
She lives up there by you.
close to me,
Oh, okay.
off of Lance. Yeah, because she lost her husband a couple of months ago, maybe several months ago.
Does she have any experience in this type of business?
I mean, she's got a pretty impressive resume.
Yeah. She was general manager at Trace Metal Industries.
Like, I mean, I don't know her, it's just that resume that I was doing a lot of.
Yeah. Is her contact number on her?
Is she working at this point?
No.
No.
She says she's not working. But she also mentioned that she did not want to be a permanent. She
Right.
just wanted, she's
But we need-
retired.
We need
She's
somebody-
retired and she needs, yeah.
Yeah.
She's sitting at the back of the room.
Oh, is she? Where?
The last lady on the left.
Is Stephanie leaving? Or is she already left?
What?
Is Stephanie leaving? When? Already, or is
Yeah,
that
he said that
January
there
30th?
was a, does she have a resignation? Because we didn't receive one. He said something about it being on the agenda, but I didn't see it on the agenda.
Jessica's the only one I've got.
No, I don't know
Stephanie
when
actually
I don't know what her final date is.
But she turned in a resignation.
Yeah.
But then
She
that's,
gave notice.
but that's something we should have gotten, right?
Will she be here long enough to help a temporary person come in?
I don't think so.
I think you're over everyone else talking.
Oh, we're not actually discussing an agenda item. So, but I can. Do we want to discuss something, like, while we're doing this?
Yeah, he wanted us to go ahead.
Can we do the HR professional? That's my item.
Yeah, I know him. Okay.
That would be X.
Yeah.
Oh, you can keep it. actually,
No, that's not.
do what?
That's her daughter. That's John.
Johnny's daughter, she said right
Yeah.
back there in the back of the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, I was thinking it was his daughter, yeah. And I looked back there and said, wait a minute, that's not what I was thinking of her mother.
Yeah.
Okay, so what were we gonna do?
We're gonna go to X.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because, I mean, it should be pretty simple for that agenda item.
Yeah. I had X up here for a
Are you
minute.
through with
Yeah,
Oh, now he's ready.
okay.
Jeez.
Trying to follow her. How she wants to.
We have 28 minutes and then I'm leaving.
We give somebody the power to hire a temporary person ASAP.
I'm assuming I had it.
I'm assuming you do too, but I just wonder if we have to make a motion or something like that, or can we, or just, and then come back and approve it later.
From what stated, AC, if I'm not mistaken, AC has the authority to hire somebody to put in it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Dang it. I can't find the last page of my. No, I don't think so.
What are we supposed to, what's he supposed to be doing?
His item.
Good?
Are we ready?
Yep.
Oh, all right. We're doing the city administrator first, correct?
Yes. Number T, or letter T.
So in 2020, which was the last census data, Godley, Texas had a population of 1.08 thousand people with a median age of 37.1 and a median household income of $58,590. As y'all know, we are growing very rapidly with all the new housing subdivisions, so that number is to increase probably fivefold in the next 5 years. If you want some more information on that, what does the process look like for us? We need to accomplish who will take care of the day-to-day affairs of the city while the recruitment process is underway. What does the city council want in the next city administrator? Who will be in charge of the recruitment process and what will it look like? What sort of timetable do we want to set for this recruitment? So for who's in charge, since our city administrator resigned on 12/23/2022, currently serving in the capacity as the head of the city is Mayor McGehee. This person will continue to make sure the city runs accordingly until the city administrator is named and will report back to the city council. That falls back to chapter 22 of the local government code. Now here's where we come in. What do y'all want for the qualifications for the next city administrator to have? What what I pulled offline. Basic knowledge of general management principles, including finance and human resources, ability to effectively communicate with staff, citizens, and stakeholders by written and verbal means, including email, social media, and addressing the public in a group setting, ability to manage multiple deadlines and timelines simultaneously, ability to make objective, ethical decisions in the best interest of the city and its citizens, ability to establish and maintain effective working relationship with officials in local, state, and federal government, and in the private sector, ability to assimilate a variety of facts and draw sound conclusions. Excuse me. Identify and respond to community and city council issues, concerns, and needs. Skilled in leadership and motivation. Ability to select, develop, organize, motivate, and effectively utilize city staff. Working knowledge of local codes, ordinances, and state and federal laws affecting municipalities. Working knowledge of municipal operations and functions. Knowledge of municipal budgeting procedures and public finance operations. Must be willing to relocate to the city of Godley or within 30 minutes, allowing him or her to respond to emergency situations and assimilate into the community. Currently, this is not required. It would require an ordinance change if we chose that. A bachelor degree in public administration, business administration, or related degree with at least 5 years of experience managing a team and budgeting. 5 years minimum experience in performing above tasks in lieu of degree. Must be eligible to be bonded, and must be willing to submit to and able to pass a background check.
So the fourth from the top and then from the bottom and then the third from the bottom, that don't really make sense, because if you're asking, are you saying maybe 10 years minimum experience in performing above task in lieu of a degree? Because if you're already requiring them to have 5 years of experience, then why are you asking for a degree? You see what I'm saying?
It basically stems from today's thinking that degrees aren't what they were 10 years ago.
Right, but if the prior is asking for a bachelor plus 5 years of experience, why are we then saying, no, you don't need a bachelor's degree if you have the 5 years minimum?
It can all
Do
be
you
changed.
see what I'm
It's
saying,
just
though?
what I pulled from other cities.
Right,
For
so.
other hiring postings.
But as far as those go, other than those two things kind of condescending each other, I feel like that's legit.
And
I think the third from the bottom could be taken out, the bachelor's degree.
we've already contacted a search firm that does this strategic government resources. And they're looking, and what we've told them is, we need a city administrator with experience. And what we've thought they would say is what we would want. Get an interim, because there's people out there that do that have been city administrators and now they're retired, but they come in and get things set up and kind of give you a bridge to hiring a permanent city administrator. Now, I haven't personally heard from that group since I contacted them. I got recommendations from a county commissioner and from somebody else, and Cass had contacted the same group, and he got positive results. But they haven't gotten back to him with a list yet. But we're talking about a week or so.
But this is for the permanent position, which we need to get
When you get,
finalized and posted so that we can get somebody in here that's.
so the group of people you're talking about, I believe we're Region 4. There's no one currently looking for a job in Region 4. There is one in Region 3, which is Hood County and west. Well,
Right.
I guess whatever's past Hood County and west of there. I looked on their website and we unfortunately did not have one that was available unless a third party had private lists.
Yeah.
But like you said, this is geared towards our permanent city administrator. They would be looking for our interim. So we just need to nail down what we're going to put in the job posting for their duties and qualifications. So, if this is the only issue, do we want to change it to 5 years of experience managing a team? Do we want to take out the degree?
No, I want to leave the degree in with the 5 years of experience and take out that one right there.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily either, because not everybody has went to school, but there are some really qualified candidates that don't have a degree or that are working on their degree. So, but I feel like the 5 years minimum experience needs to be bumped up so that it's not condescending the one prior.
You bumped to 10 years.
There you go.
Well, and I think their experience needs to be at a level that is similar to Godley and what
Right.
we're gonna become with the growth that we're getting.
Right, we need to get ahead of the growth, and that's what we need to keep in mind whenever we're doing our hiring processes for all positions.
Can we all agree 10 years of minimum experience if they do not have a degree?
Yes, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Yep.
We just need to get it posted.
Right.
So this is where we decide what is the best option for us as a city. We can choose to do it in-house. This is very time-consuming. It's a lot of going through applications, a lot of research. So either someone, I guess it'd have to be someone on city council, just, there is no city staff to do it currently.
Wait, can you explain what we are doing, like on this tab?
For hiring a city administrator.
For
This is the
actually hiring,
process.
okay.
We can either do it in-house, outsourced, or hybrid. The in-house would be us as a city council, or someone we choose on the council to do it. Outsourced would be choosing a third party, kind of like what we're doing with the interim. And the hybrid is a culmination of them both. I found when contacting different companies, the hybrid is a little bit more geared towards us because we can cut down costs. As for like the posting, what we want, choosing the criteria, or we can just straight outsource it and they do everything. But that's
Costly.
could cost a pretty penny.
Mhm.
Now, do we have an ordinance on this of any sort as far as how we manage this process?
I don't think we've had to do this in the past. I think David is the first city administrator since the position was created. So if we do the outsource, we still decide ultimately who is hired. We're included in the hiring process, but they can do everything else for us. A hybrid, we get to pick and choose depending on how much money we want to spend. Say we don't want to go through the resumes or do the interviews, they can do that. If we want to save money on that, we could do that. But it's something we'll have to choose.
And if I don't hear from, I'm gonna contact SGR, but if they don't come up with anybody pretty quick, I'm looking at other alternative groups. So if anybody is aware of somebody else, or I think we need to get somebody in here as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, just every week that we don't have a city administrator, we fall about 2 to 3 weeks behind.
I'm kind of liking the hybrid thought because this is a big position that needs to be filled appropriately. If we do the hybrid, it almost takes out the biased part of it, but it still gives us the authority to do what we need to do. Outsourced, I'm kind of leaning towards not going in that direction. And in-house, I'm kind of leaning not going towards that direction. So, what is y'all's thoughts?
I think the hybrid too, because I think personality comes into it. We need to be able to see how well we're, work with one another.
Right.
Yeah,
I'd go for the hybrid.
works for me.
So is there anything specific we want to, whenever we reach out to these firms, starting tomorrow, what we want to do? Obviously, we'll have the ultimate authority to hire the person.
Well, I think if we give them the requirements that we're requesting, as long as they're looking at applications and including the applications that are within those requirements, that I feel like it would be appropriate.
Do we want to be included on the interviews, or just, they can be telephone interviews, they can be Teams interviews, and we can set up.
And we're talking about the permanent position right now,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to be in on some of the interviews, or if they weed it down to 3 or 4 people to present to us, that we need to be able to interview them.
Okay. So, do we want to do the job postings? I mean, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I think it's on the last slide where it shows exactly where we can post it, that gets the most exposure. The city administrator, city manager has specific areas that they're gonna obviously look at.
Right.
The city website, Facebook, TML.
I think we can handle the job postings and the background checks.
I would suggest outsourcing the social media searches. There's groups that literally can comb through with special access with Facebook, and they can look at stuff you've deleted, and they do a thorough job.
I'm okay with that.
So I would say us keep job postings, we can do the background checks. Those are the only, then obviously the top 5 interviews, depending on how many applicants we get, those are the only things we want to be involved in.
Well, I think we definitely need to be involved with several if we have.
If they leave that open, we hire somebody, get with them on what we can do to, we don't want to take off too much and then we just slow the process down. We don't want to take too little, or we can save some money and time, so I would go with the hybrid, but have a meeting at the very beginning with whatever company we choose. What can we do, what works best in your past experience, because we haven't done this in a while. if
Right,
ever.
no, he makes a good point. So hybrid with more detail needed.
So our recruitment timeline. So today we would select the criteria and recruitment process. Agree to the information. Tomorrow we would start posting on all the recommended publications, the job boards, websites. This can all change. This is something I just came up with to expedite it. Do 14 days for them to apply. The 14th through the 31st, background checks, references, social media checks, and initial interviews to narrow it down. February 7th, which would be our 2 meetings from now, present the top 5 applicants to the city council and have applicants there for any questions from the council, and hopefully start reaching out to them with final job offer with anticipated start date of March 1st or as soon as possible. You can't really go any faster than about a month and a half, 2 months. Usually the process takes 3+ months. But from a couple of the firms I contacted, this is the minimum we can do.
And there's a possibility that the SGR may be slower finding somebody. You said there weren't very many available.
Yeah, there's not, according to the website, there's not many available for
Right.
areas.
Right.
For the ones that put their name out there saying, we're available, we want to work in this region.
Well, I'll remain in contact with SGR, but I'll contact them again tomorrow and make sure that everything's going, that they're looking at interims for us.
Because we need an interim during this process, but
Right,
for the ultimate
Right.
hiring, that's just.
I'll ask them about that too.
I don't want the 14 total days for applications to be set in stone. If we don't have enough applications, I want to be able to expand it for another week or 2 weeks till we get people to choose, quality people we can choose. I don't want to say, well, we had 14 days, we got Larry, Moe, and Joe. I don't want Larry, Moe, and Joe. I want Shemp.
So if you extend it, let's say to the next week, the 21st, then you have the 21st through the 31st to do the background checks, the social media.
I'm saying it pushes everything out a week, but.
Well, it pushes up more than that because we have to have the interviews at one of our council meetings. So it may push it out an additional month.
Well, can we leave the 14 days with the option to expand if we don't like any, if we don't have what we want? I don't want to be forced to take somebody we don't want.
Basically, whoever's looking for a job is going to know about it because we're posting it on our website, posting it on TML, which where most people go to look for jobs in government. TCMA is strictly for city managers. So anyone who's looking for a job that's a part of TCMA is going to go to TCMA to find their next job. Posted on LinkedIn. Indeed is the #1 job website in the world. We can post it on there, post it on our social media. In case we have a lot of very applicable people here in the city now,
Yeah.
ETJs. So I think if we post it on all those websites, we'll get the pool of candidates that we're gonna get, whether it's 14 days or 30 days. Because if they're looking for a job, they're on those websites.
Okay.
I mean, and if there aren't any worthy applications after the interview process happens, we repost it.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
I mean, they choose the top 5, but we don't have to go with any of those. We would hope they would choose the best 5 candidates since we're paying them to do that. But I mean, we can always go back and say, no, we don't like any of these, and we want to start the process all over again, but that also means spending more money.
Yep.
The TML and the TCMA, those are statewide postings?
Yes.
So has the city taken into consideration of possible like relocation packages?
That's something that's dealt with more in the negotiations at the end.
I'm just saying, if you're posting it up, it might be something that you need to put in there to entice candidates from out of the area to come in.
I mean, it's something we could do. We could leave that either up to us or the third party. We just decide on what we're willing to spend on a relocation package. Like, I know my work, every single manager that gets moved, they get a relocation package. But I guess that would help bring in outside people that don't really know where Godley is.
Right.
I've done it before with my business. You have to recruit from out of the area to bring in good talent. There's no way to run anymore these days.
Now, the real question is, who wants to head this up?
What do you mean, who wants to head this up? Who wants to manage it?
Yeah, who wants to be the coordinator for it?
I mean, I don't.
Roger's got his hand up, let Roger do it.
Roger works 10-hour days, 6 days a week.
Well, I mean, do you want to do it? You put this together, so you kind of know.
I mean, if I can do it, but I prefer there to be someone else as well, just to, AC, if you want to do it, we can meet and I can get the companies together.
Yeah.
I'd like to do it as a council, but it's hard to do that with meetings spread out.
Right.
Meetings every week. but the job postings are pretty simple. And then we just have to find a company to do the hybrid portion of it. So are
Yeah.
y'all okay with AC and me heading it up?
I'm good with that.
AC, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
So wait, are you gonna take no action on this item, or what are you gonna do?
I'll make a motion to accept the posting guidelines as presented. And for AC, the Mayor McGee and Councilmember Papenfuss to search for a firm and have authorization to seek bids from those firms for the council.
Okay, I'll do one amendment to change that item from 5 years to 10 years and second that motion. That's on you, AC. AC, you're up.
Well, he gets to choose if he allows this motion to be changed.
I'll take that amendment.
Oh,
All in favor? Motion carries. And somehow I've misplaced my last page.
here. You got it?
Okay. Item Victoria, discussion and possible action on hiring/posting guidelines for city secretary. Michael? I know we got down to 2 people when we hired Jessica. I don't know if the other lady would still be available.
She was arrested.
What happened?
What
they say?
Huh?
I guess that answers that question.
I'll pass the background check.
Wait, who?
I don't remember her
So
name.
I created
I'm so
a
lost.
basically a brochure to bring us into 2023 instead of just a traditional hiring posting of words, which nobody really looks at anymore. They're all basically like this. It just says what position it is, and this will be able to move over to the city administrator, city secretary, public works, whatever we need. It doesn't have to be this one, it's just a sample. But I randomly chose a motto of community, safety, and opportunity. Just come down here to the second page. It tells us about the community, the governance and organization of the community, and some pictures of our community to try to entice those people. And we outline the essential duties and responsibilities, the education and experience, the knowledge, skills, and abilities.
Can you make that bigger so we can see it?
I can.
Yeah, maybe control negative one time. There you go.
These are pretty much what every city secretary is required of whenever I look on TML. Attend the city council meetings, workshops, and hearings, take the minutes, post the agendas, prepares for municipal elections, administers the municipal bid process, monitors publication of all official city notices, prepares those for public hearings, sends to the newspapers. They direct, manage, and oversee the bond and insurance process for all the city contracts. Prepare, publish, distribute the ordinances and resolutions. CAS kind of helps with those. They monitor, document, and respond to all the telephone calls. They provide staff support to the mayor and council members. Provide staff support to any of the boards or commissions we create, and perform other related duties and fulfill responsibilities as required. And as for the education and experience, requires a minimum of 2 years as city secretary, deputy city secretary, or a related position. Requires a bachelor degree in business or public administration, communications, record management, or related field. An equivalent combination of education and experience may be considered. For the KSA, it's also known as the knowledge, skills, and abilities. Requires the ability to read, understand, and interpret city ordinances and policies. Requires considerable knowledge of office procedures, office management methods, and secretarial skills normally gained by a significant combination of office experience or specialized training in business and office skills. Must be computer literate and know Microsoft Office. Must be able to exercise tact and diplomacy in dealing with the public. Now, as for the certifications and licenses, this is where it differs a little bit city to city. The larger city require extra stuff. I kind of got the meat and potatoes of it all. Requires a valid Class C Texas driver's license. That's in there because they need it for their notary, their election stuff. Must meet the requirements for personal bonding and certification as a notary public, or have the ability to obtain the credential within 30 days of hire. And Texas Municipal Clerk certification is preferred, or enrollment in the course to be required within 6 months of appointment. That's a 2-year certification. It's not a, you go to a week-long class and you get it. So that's why it says enrollment.
And online?
It's a combination of online and in person.
It's
pretty expensive.
Yep.
It's pretty expensive. We would pay for that. We don't have to have it in there. I mean, usually we would pay for training because we're expecting to keep them long term. And with long term, usually they get training that they want to advance their careers both internally and externally.
So as far as the education, I feel like this is being held to the same expectation as the city administrator. So I think maybe an associate would be sufficient for this. And then in lieu of the degree, maybe have either like a 5 or 7 experience. Does that make sense?
So it requires an associate's degree in business or public administrations, communications, record management, or related field, and an equivalent of 5 to 7 years of education and experience.
Either 5 or 7. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think is sufficient? How did you come up with the bachelor's degree? Is that pretty standard, or?
That's pretty standard for the job postings I looked at on TML, and PCMA, I believe, is theirs. I mean, we don't, like I said, like you can take out the ISD. Whenever I went to school in the mid-2000s, it was college, college, college. Now it's career, career, career. So, I mean, to have a degree doesn't make you smarter than the person who doesn't have a degree. It shows a little bit more discipline because you went to college, but
I agree with the associate's degree instead of the bachelor's degree for this, otherwise you'll be paying them the same amount of money.
Exactly. That's where I'm going with it.
And
Because
it's
if
gonna
you're
cut your field
requiring
down
those.
for people, it's gonna add more people, hopefully locally, that will fill the position. If we go with 7 years total experience along with the minimum 2 years as city secretary or deputy or something like that. They've actually done the job for 2 years and they've been in the city business, city business or related business for up to 7 years total.
So do we want to just take out the last line and say minimum of 2 years as city secretary, deputy city secretary, or a related position, which could be in private sector? If you put 7 years, I think you're going to knock out a lot of
Yeah,
candidates.
I agree, I think.
5 years is, I think, good.
5 years?
I think more than 2 is, for the responsibilities that he or she is gonna have. 5 years of work, learning, I think, would be good.
The related work experience.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
good with the associate's degree and 5 years of experience.
Now, since we just did this in December, I believe, do we just want to do this ourselves and post it to the same corresponding online places as the city administrator, but geared towards city secretaries? They have their own association.
Yeah, I feel like we can handle this.
Right. Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, someone will need to head this one up as well. Do you want it to be the same people, since they're already gonna have accounts on TML and everywhere else that the city administrator is being posted?
I think we need to stay consistent.
And then it just, if that's what it is, then AC and I narrow it down to 5, if we even get that many, and then present it.
Well, I think that all applications need to go all council members and then go from there.
So all applications go out to everybody?
Yes.
And AC can ask for help from concerned citizens if you need it. We can put that in there.
Like
You might not want to volunteer some time to help y'all out.
So since there's private data in there, I don't think that'd be a wise choice. I mean, it's public information once it's submitted.
Yep.
No, I think the mayor and the mayor pro tem can head up the situation, lead, and then when the applications start coming in, they can present it to the council, and then we can go from there.
Okay, so what sort of, I can potentially get all these pictures edited tomorrow with different areas of our community. When do we want to start this process? As soon as possible? Do we want to set a date?
Well, is there a criteria that we have to wait from the departure of the city secretary?
Yeah.
Okay, then immediately, we need to get it done.
Same process as the city administrator. Is that possible?
You could use that same timeline that you use for the city administrator.
The 14 days, see what we
Yeah.
get, and then go through all the background checks.
And if we don't get anybody that we like, we'll just repost it again.
Right.
Okay, so now we have to put the compensation and benefits. Right now, we're at 6%, 1-to-1, 5-year vesting period. I was unable to find the benefits package. So
Well, Jessica give her the same thing. She started out here, just go match what we gave her to begin with.
Well, the applicants are gonna wanna know what their insurance is like.
What was hers?
I have no idea.
I don't,
We posted it less than a year ago, so just post the same thing. You wanna raise everything up by 4 or 5%, fine, but post what we posted last time.
So I could not find any posting online whenever I searched for it before I made this brochure. So I don't know. if
Can we
that-
just not label it as a competitive, comprehensive benefit package and then,
I wouldn't, when I go to those, I pass those over. I wanna know how much I'm talking about minimum.
I mean, we can just leave it as a comprehensive benefits package, but eventually we will need to know whenever we go through the final applicants. It's probably gonna be one of their questions.
oh, sure.
And paid holidays is another thing that's being decided tonight. And our medical, dental, vision, life insurance, death benefit, and retirement. The retirement's TMRS 1-to-1, 5 years. Our medical is employer paid for the employee, not for the spouse. And it's a percentage, I believe, for the children. Couldn't find anything on dental vision. There is life insurance in the employee handbook, there is a death benefit, and there is obviously retirement, which is TMRS. Now, for the application process, it's later down that brochure. They'll be able to click here to apply for the city secretary vacancy, which will take them to our website. I don't know if we actually have a form for someone to apply for a job here. If not, we can just say, send your resume to this address. We'll go from there.
I'll try to find out.
We will need someone's name and title. I would assume you for to go on this, and
Yes.
then the email. So hopefully Stephanie can get that email set up pretty quickly. And then just the EEOC, and we value diversity in our workplace. Finalists for this position will be subject to a pre-employment drug screening and a comprehensive background check. And then it'll have resources that you can click on. I can click here and go to the City of Godley's website. I can click here and go to our ordinances so they can look at them, and our 22-23 budget. Then the last page is just thanking them for taking the time to read over our job posting. We're looking for highly motivated individuals who have an eagerness to learn and adapt to changing environment. We understand that your time is valuable. If you have any questions, please reach out and we'll be sure to answer those for you. Our recruitment process has been streamlined with you in mind. And just our city's information. So besides the, sorry for y'all who are staring at the screen, getting dizzy. Need to change the pictures. Is about our community fine with y'all? I kind of took a culmination of different descriptions from all over the web, rewrote the bottom paragraph. So it had a bunch of wordiness. It didn't really go with a brochure for hiring. Send this all to y'all tonight, and y'all can look at it, or Cass may have sent it out in an
I
email.
think we actually already got it. With the exception of those few edits, I think it's all right, it's good.
So the edits were an associate's degree, 5 years of experience. AC and I would head it up and present all applications to the city council. Now, do you want us to present them all as they, let's say the 14-day period expires? Or do you want it to be 14-day period expires, we send them over to PD to do background checks, and then send them? If they don't pass a background check, then it'd be useless to look at it.
Right, yeah, second option's best.
How long does it take to do a background check?
That depends on how extensive we want to do.
Generally takes 48 to 72 hours for a background check, unless they have something going on, and then it's a little bit longer. I would allot a week, just in case.
So if that's 21 days, that puts it right around our first meeting in February.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. May I make a suggestion? If you scroll down, Mike, to where it says, no, back up, I guess, my apologies. Where it says a variety of local eating establishments, I know it's picky, but maybe you could change that to a variety of shopping, it's something to do with shopping experience, because we have a lot of that around, and just an idea. in case it matters.
Also southwest of the Metroplex.
See it?
Wait, what?
Sure enough.
You're right.
Yep.
Anything else that we need to do? Cantrell, how long does it take to do a background check? Just a simple one, or
24 to 48 hours.
are we able to do an FBI background check, or is that something we have to source out?
Could, but if you approve, it's on to DPS, will have to process that, so that can take a while.
We could do a simple background check and then maybe more extensive one if we just narrow it down to
Yeah.
a couple.
Maybe ask about their former employer.
Well, because if you do the fingerprint, it's more money, right? It's, what is it? Okay.
We can include the salary range on this?
Based on experience. Based on experience, or what? To be determined based on experience?
Maybe, we didn't put one last time, but we talked about that as being a major sticking point of people not applying to jobs.
Well, I mean, if we start off with to be determined based on experience, and then we don't get too many applications that are warranted for interviews, we can go back and then adjust, okay, so pay range X to X, you know, so.
So if you're applying for the job and say you make 50,000 currently, obviously you want pending benefits and whatnot closer to work or closer to home. You're gonna wanna make in that same salary range, so if you're applying and it ends up being 35,000, then A, you wasted their time, B, you wasted our time. So I think you need something for a minimum.
Well, do we know what Jessica was making when she started?
I don't know.
I do not remember.
So,
It was.
and I've been asking,
Mid-50s,
mid-50s, I
I
mean,
think you're right.
I think it was 55.
so maybe you put starting salary 55?
You want to put 50?
Or what, but 52, 50, you know, and then we can go up.
True.
It's easier to go up than it is to go
Yeah.
down.
I don't want to do an even number like 50 because it, that,
50,991.
yeah, for real. So, I mean, what she said is 52, we can start off at 52, that's,
Yeah.
Anything else you want to change or add or?
No, let's move on. It's 10:32.
So I'll make a motion to hire or to post the hiring guidelines for the city secretary with the edits of changing it from a bachelor's degree to an associate's degree, changing it to 5 years of equitable experience. Mayor McGee and Councilmember Pappenfuss would be heading this up. We would do it all ourselves. All applications will be presented to the council after background checks. Start off at 52,000. And we'll post them to the same thing as the city administrator, but geared towards the city secretary side of government.
okay, and then also those edits that were above.
And any edits, yes, the southeast.
Southwest.
Southwest. And from local eating establishments to shopping,
Eating and shopping.
or I can do them both.
Do them both. I will second that motion.
All in favor? Motion carries.
One more question. Is there anywhere specific you want pictures taken of? Obviously, we gotta change the city hall, but I only walk around town at night, so I can get a good city hall picture. And there's still Christmas decorations up. But I've gotta change the rest of these. Is there any specific where in town?
Oh,
I'll take one. Like, I got the First Baptist, I got the old
the
training.
park, you need to take a picture of the park. One of the schools.
Okay, you want me to take a picture of the high school or the new one out at?
I want you to take a picture of the new elementary,
the new elementary?
Pleasant View.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
I'll have to go to the bridge and make sure I'm good to go out on the property so they don't arrest me.
I can't go out and take the picture then. How many is that? How many do you, 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, I would like to replace some of these stock photos
Yeah,
with maybe fire trucks with the fire chief in the middle of them, or some of the firemen, and
Police
the
department.
police
Or the
department
police
with their
department?
vehicles.
Yeah.
So, we do our emergency services. That should take care of it in City Hall.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, next one.
okay. Ready to move to the next one? Discussion and possible action on hiring additional police personnel.
Oh, is that me too?
Yeah.
I think we will have to talk about item Z first.
Well, how many, wait, are we going to Z?
Okay,
Are we?
To possibly hire additional police personnel, we have to
Lift the hiring
either lift
freeze.
the hiring freeze, or if we don't lift the hiring freeze, then we can't hire additional personnel. Intro, how many officers do you have, how many reserves?
Right now, we have 6 full-time officers and 1 reserve.
We can't hear.
We have 6 full-time officers and 1 reserve.
It's full. Full. One reserve. Okay.
y'all feel that that is a sufficient number of officers to patrol the current area? That was a question for them.
Oh, for us? Oh,
Yes.
well, I think it's a question for him, to be honest.
As of right now, I have 2 officers in training. So I'm training one, Officer Auburn's training one. We already got 1 officer per shift. When that school opens up off of 917, that school belongs to the city. So at nighttime, an officer has to go check that out at nighttime. So if there's a call and he's out there of something burglary in progress or disturbance in progress, that's a far distance he's got to cover. Now, we were approved prior to everything happening for 2 officers per shift. I would like to get that.
How many do you have per shift right now?
1.
For all shifts?
All shifts, 1.
So the 6 full-time members covers that.
Yes, it's good. It's 1 including me, and that gives 1 spare, so I need 3 more at least.
Okay, and so where is the reserve?
The reserve, he comes in twice a month, and he lives in Lubbock.
Okay.
And the 2 you have on training, are they included in the 6?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rotation do you guys?
12-hour shifts.
12. Like every other day or one?
It's, so you work, Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday, Thursday, work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they rotate.
Okay. Have you had any applicants or?
We've had some.
Okay.
But hiring freeze, so it's not.
How many applications do you have sitting right now?
I have 4.
4? Are they qualified?
They are qualified, but we didn't really dig into them too much for the hiring.
Okay, gotcha.
And you've been approved, we approved you already to hire 3 more.
For the budget that y'all approved,
So just the budget?
it's the budget.
Okay. So essentially, you want a total of how many police officers?
It would be, between myself, be 9. We did get approved for 3 total SROs.
Okay, so you want to add 3, right?
Yes.
You want to add a total of 3?
3.
Okay.
Patrol.
Patrol.
Yes, patrol officers.
Okay.
We were approved for 3 SROs. We hired 1. We plan on still running schools and getting over schools. I would like to get at least 2 more, because having 1 SRO cover all this school, that's impossible, that's asking for a lot.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my facts straight. So you want 3 patrol plus 2 SROs? Okay, okay.
So 5 total.
How does the city limits get to the elementary out there at 917?
Our city limits ends by Hannah there,
Right?
but since the school is ran by Godley PD, that's our jurisdiction,
How?
because we're over schools.
Okay.
Now, if they do decide to go with their own ISD police, then that would be their responsibility. But as of right now, starting January 11th, I have 1 SRO covering all the schools.
And when is that contract supposed to expire? Or is it?
It's, that's the Dr. Beer question, I don't know anything about that. We talk SROs.
Yeah, SRO contract.
That's a Dr. Beer thing.
Council, 30 days notice by each side. Which happens. Either side and council, 30 days written notice.
So if we were to hire 2 more SRO officers, what would happen if we lose the school? Would they be furloughed? Or?
That's y'all's call on that.
Oh.
They pay 80% of the salary.
If they, correct. Either they can go with the school, become ISD police, or we'll have to figure out how to put them into the police department.
Okay.
Or that's y'all's school's on that.
Yeah, I understand they're leaning toward their own department, but I haven't heard that they're going to actually do that, so I don't know.
It's all in the air.
We don't have a time frame of when they should make that decision, or?
I can talk to, try to reach out to Dr. Gear, Brian Hunt tomorrow, try to get a time frame, if that's her out there going. But I'd rather have them tell y'all than come to me, because I think this is something they need to be good, present.
They have not talked about it at a school board meeting in the open that I'm aware of. Now, it might have been done in executive session, but, so I don't remember whenever their next school board meeting is, but they would have to decide at a school board meeting to say, we want to pull out of the MOU, or we're going to pull out at this date. Obviously, you would hope that they would work side by side with us if they're going to pull out. So that way we don't hire SR officers and then say, sorry, guys, y'all are fired.
Right.
Because
That's a tricky
Yeah.
part I have to sell for 2 SROs. I've had 2 people apply for SROs, including the other patrols. But if I go to you and tell you, hey, in a couple months, you may not have a job, that's hard to sell.
Yeah, no kidding. So, AC, so how do we do this? So if we want to go with the full 3 extra patrol, but we don't want to like initiate the 2 SRO or SRO, sorry, it's late. If we don't want to initiate the 2 SROs right now, however, I don't know if there's a stipulation as far as if we kind of deny this right now, if we can put it back on the agenda later, or we have to wait that 6 months. So if we go ahead and we choose to do the 3 patrols, is there any way that we can create an agenda item for the next meeting to bring in Deere and discuss with him the SRO program and where he foresees it going, and then at that time, underneath it, have a secondary agenda item so that they can do their SRO officers? Is that appropriate, or?
Yeah, I can probably go out and talk to them and see if they have made some kind of decision about it.
But is there any way that he can come to the actual meeting and present what the status is at this time? That way we're not, like you said, going and hiring the SRO guys and then 2 months later they don't have a job.
Well, he can't come and present anything if they haven't discussed it themselves. So you'd have to find out
Yeah, I'm just trying to
what they
start
have to
getting a little information.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
their next meeting is January 23rd.
okay.
And it's a good possibility that if we hire some SROs, that they might just roll them over into their program if they're qualified SROs.
Okay.
Well, we wouldn't hire them if they weren't qualified, I think, so. Stands to reason they might.
Okay.
And I'm talking about in the school's opinion.
Right. It's late.
Yeah,
I know.
it is late.
Let's go.
So do we have to go to Z and get that taken care of before we can vote on W?
Yes.
Did we, I thought we did V.
No, Z as in zebra.
Z.
Z,
We
oh, I'm
haven't done
sorry.
it.
We
Okay.
can vote on W. It just gets overridden by Z if we don't lift the hiring freeze, which Z will override hiring the city administrator and the city secretary as well, because we have a hiring freeze currently.
Right. Okay, so what do you guys, how do you guys feel about adding 3 more patrol officers?
The patrol officers, if there's a problem at the school, they can go to it.
Yes.
And they can go by at night and check the schools out and do whatever. And that gives you a 2-man at 24 hours a day.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion, we work on hiring additional 3 personnel officers, 3 police officers, as per budgeted.
I'll second. Oh, I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
We can deal with
Motion
the
carries.
SROs
Later.
after we know more information.
Yeah. Okay. We need to drop down to Z. to get rid of that, or get that taken care of, or?
Yeah, let's do it.
And then let's table it.
Okay. Discussion, possible action on removing hiring freeze. City council will oversee all aspects of the recruitment process and have final hiring authority on both external and internal potential hires transfers.
So we froze the hiring until we could kind of figure out what's going on with all the city stuff. We figured out that we're going to hire city administrator, city secretary, so we can start that process. We retain the ability to hire everybody anyway, since we're at Chapter 22, but this just like puts it in writing for all of us to see that we oversee everything. Like we say he hires 3 new police officers. Well, we get to choose. He does the background checks and whatnot. We can do the postings for him, or if y'all have internal postings on some police website, I don't know about all y'all's side. Okay, so we can do the TML postings for them. I can create a brochure. It won't be like the other ones. Most of theirs are 1 page, and it just gives.
What do you already have?
Do you have a brochure?
We weren't creating one, just kind of updated.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, then,
I think we can leave that to Officer Sergeant Cantrell, just with us overseeing it
as a final hiring
as a
authority.
final thing.
You can do that.
Yes, ma'am, can. We just need to know who posts the stuff on TML, that's all.
I mean, I have a,
We're gonna be consistent, right? So these 2 right here are doing the other job listings. So
But he
like,
can handle his own, hiring his own people, and live, because they already got a full plate.
I mean,
Can
so
you-
whenever you.
no,
post
it's
on
just the
TML
listing.
He
We
can post
should,
it
the
on,
IT person is to post it on our TML site.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
I have an account on TML that's under my name, and I can post job postings and sign up for training and do whatever else I want to. It's under my name. It's not the city of Godley, but I don't know if the city of Godley has one.
And the ads used to send to David would post it on TML, so that's why.
Is it the same IT person
That's
that's Stephanie?
That's awesome.
Okay,
I
so,
say let him do it. And then we look at the final.
but you don't have an account. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, I can credit count for city for PD, if that's.
Is that normal practice? I don't know.
Usually it's whoever's the hiring authority.
Who's a higher authority.
Okay,
At one point, that was people that are no longer here.
right.
So, y'all, if you felt that, if y'all vote, whatever y'all vote, y'all are ultimate higher authority.
Traditionally, you would have a separate email account where all of this goes to, and then whoever is in charge, the mayor or the city administrator, they go into that email account or have it forwarded to their named email account. So that way, everything hiring is kept in that account. And then everything financial could be kept in this account. And I don't per se think there's a City of Godly TML account. I could call and ask, but that would be some of the credentials that we would have gotten from David.
Do you recall getting any of those creds from David? No?
I have no idea.
No, okay.
Or logging into his computer and they're all
So,
on
I
there.
mean, instead of creating a new account, let's first see if he has David's information. And then, if not, then maybe do a Godly
That's what I'm
PD.
trying to do, too.
Yeah.
We're having counties over to credit.
Correct, right.
Okay.
But if there's not, then by all means, a general account, yes. That way the next person don't have the same issue. All right, so did you want to place a motion on this? Or are you good, or?
Is that all y'all wanted to discuss on it?
Mhm.
I'll make a motion to remove the hiring freeze set forth by the council and allow While removing the hiring freeze, the city council will oversee, well, y'all don't want aspects of the recruitment process. The city council will have the final hiring authority for both external and internal potential hires and transfers for all departments.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Motion carries. Okay.
Go back to Y.
Go back to X.
No, Y.
Y?
We,
All
No, we
right.
didn't do X.
I thought you did that.
No, we were talking about it when he was doing his setup, but we never actually did it.
Okay. All right, we'll go to X then. Discussion and possible action to review candidates and select an HR professional consultant to update and edit the City of Godley Employee Handbook.
Okay, so, Cass assigned it to me and Pavenfuss, but, Foos. I actually sent Cass some, resumes. You guys should have already have received them, one for Diane, and then one from Hallie, Sahlstrom. I looked at them both, and, Hallie is actually more, I guess, professional when it comes to the HR professional. She's got a really impressive background. She owns her own business, and she was actually here, but she had to leave. She has small children, and she left this. Her business is called Rise. She does live here in town. Some of you guys know the Ditsy Daisy. She actually at one time owned the Ditsy Daisy. So she has a proposed statement of work. So do you guys want me to go through this, or? So basically, the scope of work is creation of employee handbook. Period of performance is the service shall commence from the date of executed agreement and shall continue through the execution of the project. Her rate, we got to talking, and instead of putting just a price on a handbook itself, since it is the city and there are some changes that we're going to need, she didn't want to stamp it as X amount of money. So what she wanted to do is do it by the hour. And in order to do that, she said $100 per hour and the first allotment to be 25 hours. It may or may not take that long to do it. It just depends on the changes that we want to make. It's called a bank of hours. If she uses that many hours, then of course we owe her for the full time. If she doesn't use it, then we don't owe her for the remainder of those hours. So she has a copy of our current book. She noted that the ADA requirements were not included in that book. There's a lot of other legal wording that is not included in that book. Those things she's manually gonna go ahead and do. All of her work is already approved by legal standards. So we will have the legal standard stamped off on that book. However, she will, how did she word this? We will have the ability in the future to make future edits if necessary. However, it will be stamped as a legal document. So this is her agreement, if everybody wants to check that out. Let me see what else. And then all of you should have received a, just a generalized handbook. These are all the items that are standard as far as the handbook goes. So she's actually listed and highlighted a bunch of those. And a lot of these things, our handbook is actually missing, like the title page definitely does not look like this. The introduction, we don't have an introduction in our current book. The company information contact list, we don't have that in our book. Table of contents, we don't have that in our current book. Employment practices, or the EEO, she has the legal wording that has to go on that, so she will justify it for the city of Godley itself. Same thing with the ADA verbiage. Interactive processes. So she said you should specify what accommodation you need to perform the job and submit supporting medical documentation explaining the underlying physical or mental disability and the basis for the requested accommodations. So she'll take care of that as well. We don't have a workplace reporting hotline. If that's something that we wanted, so that if we ever get into a situation where the employee doesn't feel comfortable speaking or going to their supervisor and saying, hey, this is going on, I need help, they have an outside entity, non-biased, that they can go and ask for help. They can get information on how to take care of that situation, what the next levels is, or what the next level is, yada, yada. Employment of relatives, she has all of that verbiage as well. If we wanted to add to it, of course, we could add to it. Outside employment, all of those rules and regulations, according to our background investigations, and how we do that as far as credit checks, all that would go in here. Introductory period, hours of work, employee classifications. There is a section for rehired employees and what steps we need to take as far as bringing them back and what they are adaptable to do. There is a receipt of non-harassment policy acknowledgement. It's a signed page, so all employees would have to sign that and acknowledge. But yeah, I think that this is a good idea. It covers all bases that we need to the T as far as rules and regulations and, you know, what an actual employee handbook is supposed to do for us. Are there any questions as far as her like resume or this handbook or anything else? It's a lot. But I mean, Diane, she did do her resume as well. She didn't include any other documents. I noticed that most of her qualifications are more geared towards the medical side. So I don't feel like she's as qualified as Hallie is.
Are they both PHRs?
Hallie is I don't know what BBA is that?
She's a professional.
She is a PHR, yes, and so is Diana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Hallie actually has a master's degree in human resources, a BBA in business, and then her professional and human resources, PHR. She also is a member of the Society of Human Resource Management, so that's a plus. And then again, she owns her own business, and it's an HR professional business. Did you guys get this or no? her business outline?
I believe Cass sent that.
Yeah. And then also here's
Or
the proposed
maybe he
state
sent
of-
this.
That's the proposed state of work. And then there's that.
So I would assume this is going to be the same HR firm that if the police department needs someone to look over their stuff, or the fire department needs to look over their stuff, they're going to be the ones we use in the future.
I mean, that's a separate agenda item, but I don't see why not. I mean, she has a very impressive resume. But I feel like the handbook should be step one. That could be her prove or don't prove.
You like her?
Yeah. And again, she was here earlier, but she has small kids, so she had to leave.
What's her last name?
Salstrom?
South.
So, yeah.
Make your motion.
So do you guys have any other questions? No?
So typically, we would go out to bid for 3 companies, or would we be okay with just looking at these 2 companies? The couple that I try to get a hold of weren't really interested in this small of a project.
Right, and I tried to recruit more than just 2, but I didn't have very much correspondence. So, I mean, technically, we did go out for bid, but this is all we got back. So, I like to put in a motion to, what is her business name?
Her total cost, well, they're not her total cost, but she wants to bank $500.
Wait, what?
She wants to bank $500.
No, it's $100 an
Oh, I
hour
thought
for
you- I didn't get
25
that.
hours.
I
Now, if
didn't get this 100.
If it exceeds the 25 hours, we'll have to make some sort of amendment so that we can move forward and pay her the rest. But honestly, if the information that we want in the book coincides with this and we, stay on top of it, I don't see it exceeding 25 hours. Can I get the name of her business back? I think it's Rise, isn't
Rise,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like to place a motion to hire Rise to do our HR City of Godley employee handbook at the rate of $100 per hour for a bank of 25 hours. With the ability to amend at a later date if needed.
So we're setting a max at $2,500, and then if we need more than that, we'll come back to the council.
Correct.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Motion carries.
We wouldn't be here. Paul, we'd have to be there this early.
Did Michael vote? Did Roger vote?
I
Did you
voted
Yep.
vote?
Okay.
Okay. Y, discussion and possible action on declaring 2023 official city holiday schedule as required yearly by the City of Godley Employee Handbook. Maybe that'll be in the new one too.
There's no more holidays coming, unless you want to discuss there's no more holidays coming up rather soon, we can do it at the next meeting if need be.
Let's table it.
Well, I mean, the third Monday in January is Martin Luther King, so that's gonna come before the next meeting. This isn't gonna take long, I don't feel like, because it's pretty, I mean, it's pretty
Okay, let's do it.
uniformed.
We decided on 8.
Yes, and my suggestion was January 1st, New Year's Day. January 3rd, or third Monday in January for Martin Luther King, the fourth Monday in May for Memorial Day, Juneteenth, which is June 19th, 4th of July, which is Independence Day, the first Monday in September, which is Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, and then Thanksgiving the day after, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. And then if the holiday resides on a Saturday, they will take off the Friday. If it falls on a Sunday, they will take off Monday.
I think that's the good way to do it.
Yeah,
Did they get
so you
You
can,
did Memorial Day?
one day off for July
yes,
1st?
right here,
I mean,
fourth
for,
Monday in May,
Jan-
Memorial Day.
New Year's one day?
Yeah, January 1st.
So like, for instance, this New Year's Day fell on a Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
So then they would take off Monday, and that would be their holiday. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so technically there's 8 holidays, but Thanksgiving you get 2 days, and then Christmas you get 2 days. So,
That's 10.
no, that's 10 days of paid holidays, but you're only taking 8 holidays, if that makes sense.
It's all in the wording. Every city does it either actual days, or a lot of the bigger cities do the 2 days off and only count that as one holiday.
And I believe Cass included an email with the agenda of those days that I had submitted to.
Is that pretty universal, Mark? I mean, you know, that-
Yeah, I mean, you said 2 days for Thanksgiving and 2 days for Christmas.
Yeah.
And then the employee handbook for the whole Saturday to Friday, Sunday to Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good to me. I'll make a motion declaring the 2023 official city holiday schedule as January 1st, the third Monday in January for Martin Luther King, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day. Are we doing the before or after?
After.
After Thanksgiving Day, and then Christmas plus the day afterwards.
No, Christmas
Christmas
Eve.
Eve.
Christmas
then
Eve and
Christmas
Christmas Day, okay.
That last one is shopping in.
Oh, as required yearly by the City of Godley Employee Handbook.
Yeah, and a shift if they happen to fall.
Well, yeah, that's already in the employee handbook, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I would second that motion.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay.
I believe that's everything.
One more.
Oh, hey.
No way.
Almost there.
Discussion, possible action on hiring / posting guidelines for public works personnel. Do we have vacancies we need to fill, or?
We traditionally have 2 public works. Right now, we just have 1. It may work in the interim, but eventually, as mowing season comes up, that's gonna take up a bit of their time, so we're gonna have to have someone by spring. We can decide. I didn't look up the Public Works side of things because I was busy with the others, but eventually, in the next couple months, we will need to look at that.
So are you saying we need to table this, or do we need to discuss it and then?
I mean, if there's any discussion to say which way we want to start looking, are we wanting to look to a wastewater water side, or are we wanting to do a park side? Because we have different budgets and each position is going to be paid out of a certain budget.
Okay, so is our current Public Works personnel certified?
No, but
Is
they're
he in
covered
the
under the first year.
process? Is he in the process of getting certified? Wait, is that you? Sorry.
So technically you have a year
Okay.
certified. We use a contract company. He holds our license for wastewater and water. So he takes care of all the wastewater. I can do water with his cell phone by hand, wherever I call him, whatever. January 1st, I was hoping to go to classes. It's a 20-hour class online for wastewater for your D license. That would be your wastewater and water. And then you'd have to have your D license for 2 years, and then you can take your double C.
Okay, and that's where you're headed?
That's where I'm going.
Okay. So do we need to hire somebody that is already certified so that we can get, is it a contract labor position that you're getting signed off on, or like who is authorizing your, don't you have to go out and get like checks and then somebody signs off on it since you're not certified, right?
Danny does all that, but we don't collect any checks or anything like that.
So do we pay him?
Yes, we pay him.
Okay.
Well,
Danny
we
the
pay the
consultant.
company that's contracted with the city.
Right, but if we hire an employee that already has the certifications, essentially they can sign off on your stuff, right?
They would be able to sign off on TCEQ stuff, not my stuff.
Okay.
So with that 20-hour class, would that put you up to TCEQ standards to sign off?
That would get me right under the guidelines for TCEQ. Danny was stuck me here for wastewater, the side of it, because of all the chlorine and stuff you gotta have for wastewater. But for water side of it, I would be good. And then whenever I get the C license, we would no longer need that company because then I would be able to do the chlorine and everything.
And the C license is the 2 year?
You have to have a D license for 2 years before you get your C license.
Okay.
How many public work employees do we have?
You're looking at him.
I'm sorry, I don't know you. What's your name?
Hunter Butter.
Hunter? Well, good to meet you, Hunter. And that's it?
That's it.
Okay, so he definitely needs help, period.
Yes.
Whether it's mowing or just help. I'm assuming there's breaks and water meters. Remember out looking at the paper and stuff?
So if you didn't have to
You need to get
mow,
some help.
would you have a full-time job with everything else?
Yeah, you're guaranteed at least 3 or 4 hours down in the wastewater plant by yourself.
Okay, so essentially, if we were to hire somebody to do just mowing, then you would both have a 40-hour-a-week job?
Yeah, I mean, you would probably, mowing would be a little slower because you're not gonna mow every day. But,
True.
You know, you do have meter leaks every day. I gave you a list of everything that I did in December. You know, some of it was, like I did on the list, and that's not consistent of all my jobs. I mean, you got
Right.
the wastewater plant, you gotta read the big wells, you gotta do, you know, your normal routine, you gotta clean the plant, you know, all that stuff. So, theoretically, yeah, you need to be able
You're
to
gonna lie.
have 40-hour work week.
Oh, there.
But the mowing time would be a little slower, you know, it rains, you know, you're not gonna be mowing when
Right.
you're flooded, right?
Right.
But,
But for some of the work that you do, you don't have to be certified to do it.
like,
So if he did he or she did the mowing and then helped you with the odds and ends, that would create a 40-hour week. So I think maybe since he's already getting certified, he should stay in that spot, and then we should gear it towards like the mowing and the odds and ends type thing.
Because not only would they need you to do the mowing too, they would be the streets guy too.
Right.
Potholes and everything else, we know. I'm so far behind on potholes, but it's been so cold that you can't use cold mix to fill potholes because it doesn't set right.
Right.
So there's no reason to waste cold mix to.
Right.
And there's been meter leaks after meter leaks this week, so somebody calling midnight for a broken pipe.
I wonder who. So, yeah, I think,
So,
I think
At
that's,
least one more guy would be very helpful right now.
okay.
And Public Works is one of those, like he explained, you may not mow all the time, but you can go do other stuff. I
Right.
mean, there's tons of stuff that needs to be caught up in the city, be it, I think we have a contract with Joshua for their asphalt machine now.
We've never used it, we just use cold mix.
I mean, but in the future,
Yeah.
we have a contract with them where we could use that.
But
Yeah.
I mean, we have to do mutual agreement with Joshua to get rain guards to keep sewer problems from happening. I mean, we're gonna have to purchase that, we're gonna have to go replace those, we're gonna have to give those back to Joshua. You got the new developments coming in, Wildcat Ridge, was it phase 4 of Starlight, or Star Ranch, where this is over here in 2031? You gotta make sure those have rain guards, I mean, there's full days of work, but for one person, it's hard to get all of it done when you're getting pulled from one direction to another.
Does anybody come in and ask for a job? Or,
No. No, it was working.
Oh, no.
well, I know that. You can go to a restaurant and tell that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think the hiring needs to be geared towards the other necessities, and then let him continue on his path with certifications and all of that. Yeah, but we
So-
definitely need to get somebody in.
A general laborer, more type job description compared to a wastewater, water technician or someone like that?
Yeah, and then eventually, I mean, once you are certified, are you opposed to cross-training? So, I mean, we can move down the path of cross-training, and then if for some reason he goes off and wins the lottery, then we have a backup.
I think it would be good to cross-train because, I
Mhm.
mean, we're all gonna need days off, so he can
Right.
check the wells and wastewater plant and everything else on the weekend.
You're working 7 days a week for the rest of your life,
Basically.
because you have to check the wells every day, so.
Oh, wow.
We definitely need to get at least one more at this time.
Yeah. All right.
If we hire somebody right now, we can train him to read the wells, so we can rotate weekends, so we're not working.
Yeah. All right, so where are you headed with this agenda item?
Since I didn't get what I did for the city secretary or city administrator, more of discussion to see which way we are going, because the job descriptions are completely different, the pay is completely different. I mean, we're talking someone that's $12 an hour compared to someone that's $30 an hour.
Right.
So it's hard to make a job description for y'all to see without knowing which way we want to go. So we can vote to hire a general laborer and use a generalized general labor job description. I mean, they're kind of basic because they don't have any qualifications, or we can make preferred qualifications, or
So who would be his supervisor? Or she?
right now he's interim.
Okay, you are in, okay.
I mean, that whenever Cook went to the fire department, then I made him interim because he was underneath him.
Okay, and you have time for training? You have time for training?
Yes.
Okay.
No, because he's got to fix all of our leaks.
Well, once you hire me help, I'll have time for training.
Yeah, so there you go. I think that's a good idea.
And then post that, I think, usually only on TML and our city website, social media.
Well, if we're
do y'all have
doing
any
a general
associations?
laborer, why do we have to be on TML? They don't have to have any,
Well, TML is just where everybody goes for government jobs.
yeah, so
Yeah.
why can't we do Indeed and all those too?
Well, I mean, you would do those, but I didn't know if y'all had an association for wastewater water.
But, I mean, I was on Indeed before, you found a lot of jobs there. Joshua posted on Indeed,
Yeah.
Cleaver's posted on Indeed, Burleson's posted on Indeed, so.
So do we want to vote to hire someone right now or get job descriptions and pay?
Well, I mean, winter's coming up and we already saw what the last one did, so I think the sooner we get him some help, the better.
Okay, so what's the pay range? Because usually general labor is done by the hour as an hourly position. But I couldn't tell you what the,
I want to say Joshua pays anywhere from $15 to $18 an hour for their labor guys. And that's just their street department, so it's mowing, weeding.
And we can do
stuff here and there.
starting pay at 15, I think that's fair. So, but you're sure they have 40 hours worth of work? Okay,
We get 40 hours work.
okay,
There's still bid releases leaking that we gotta fix, and
okay.
we got Christmas stuff we still take down, and it's fixing to start being mowing season again.
Right. Yeah, I feel like 15 is fair.
There's fence slacks that need to be put up along system 1. There's mowing, weeding down at the plant that needs to be done. I mean, there's plenty of work to do.
Okay,
Just I'm just one person.
gotcha. I'm for that. Good?
Okay, let's vote.
Did you say something?
I said, let's vote. Michael or whoever's gonna make the motion.
I'll make a motion to hire an additional Public Works employee as a general laborer, starting at $15 an hour.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor? Motion carries.
Let's go home.
Let's go to work.
Did you want to set a date for that PID meeting so they know, because JSET has to be involved, and then
Who?
for that PID that we had
Yeah, I think he can do it. Watson can do it anytime, he says.
Yeah, it's just whenever him and JSET can get together and actually both be down here at the pavilion.
Right.
But they need a exact date, because then we have to post our notice of a potential quorum 72 hours in advance.
Guys, I gotta go to work. I got people ready to leave because I'm not there.
Well, we're talking about
I mean, it's
middle of the
not-
day meeting, is that what
Well,
he's
in the
talking?
afternoon. I mean, we can make that decision
Perfect.
elsewhere, but we can adjourn. I make a motion to adjourn at
I second.
23:25.
Okay. I think it passed. Okay.